Let's change the title to Vaush gets trounced by Andrew or something.
And what I'm going to do, I'm nodding, so that means that I am not getting involved in debate. Doesn't mean I agree or disagree with someone. I will only get involved.
Oh no, playing with fire. I don't trust playing with fire as a moderator. Like, at all. Fallen Titan Vaush destroyed by fascism. True. Have to choose something clickbaity. I don't trust you playing with fire. You're horrible. Your views on Ukraine are even worse.
Under three circumstances. Number one, someone's being interrupted so much that they can't get a word out, and I'm going to use my discretion when it comes to that, whether I should or should not. Number two, someone refuses to answer a direct question. And number three, someone is derailing the conversation to...
Playing with fire always looks like an actual potato, always. And acts like one as well. I am home, yay, welcome! Also, please join the page. And please consider supporting your favorite streamer. It means a lot to my survival. You won't believe what this internet personality said about birth rate.
Such an extent that I feel like it's not relevant to the initial prompt. Those are the only times I'll get involved. Hopefully, I won't even have to talk much during this debate, and debaters will have at it. So Andrew kindly asked to do 7-minute opening statements, and I think that's fair. So we'll start off with 7-minute opening statements. I think, Andrew, since you were the initiator, you should do your opening statement first.
First, I appreciate Vaush taking the time to have this debate with me, the audience of both Alex, PWF, and the audience of The Crucible for coming.
I suspect this is not going to be this nice for long, right? What a nice start. You're so cordial. Alex looks like he's using a doorbell camera. That's true. That's true.
Coming out tonight as we have this debate. The topic tonight is Christian nationalism versus libertarian communism. I understand Vaush.
I actually unironically heard that this person is just the big papa fascist person is just gonna throw a tantrum, and that this whole thing is gonna derail into a discussion about the definition of fascism.
Likely has many criticisms of Christian nationalism, though I think most of them will be directed at other people's advocation of it rather than my own.
Advocation? What?
I think most of them will be directed at has many criticisms of Christian nationalism, though I think most of them will be directed at other people's advocation of it rather than my own.
Advocation for it? Isn't it advocacy? I have to make a quick Google. Advocacy versus advocation, what's the difference? The difference between advocacy and advocation is that advocacy is the profession of an advocate, while advocation is the act of advocating or pleading. Okay. It is a British thing. Advocacy. The act of arguing in favor or supporting something. Advocation. Archaic. The act of advocating or pleading. British legal. The right of presenting to a vacant benefice or living in the church. Scotland legal. The process of removing a cause from an inferior court to the Supreme Court.
To define Christian nationalism simply, it is the operation of a synergy between the church and the state. Such a synergy can be operated either under the confines of the church acting as the state or as the church being a division.
This church and this state should never be in a synergy. Okay? They should be separate. That's actually, while we're at it, we're going to return to the Polish politics for a second. That is one of the biggest sort of things that the new left wing is pushing for: separation of church and state. And they even say we're not against religion per se, okay? We're not against people being religious, but what we are against is religion being in synergy, quote unquote, with the state. That is what we oppose, okay?
Vision of it in some way.
Yep, I actually got to write sort of an essay on separation of church and state in my political science class. My professor liked it quite a lot. Nice. We should really push to destroy this myth of wanting to separate church and the state, meaning that you're anti-religion across the board. Because those things get conflated a lot. That if you support the separation of church and state, then you must be some sort of like then you want this to destroy religion or something stupid like that. It's not the case at all. Imagine having the church as a division of the state. That's theocracy. I mean, you don't need to have the church as a division of the state. All you need to do is imagine that the church is exempt of all tax and that the church is heavily subsidized by the government and that the church uses its influence to say, if you don't do what we want, then we will in fact not push voters your way. We will not agitate voters in your favor. In fact, one of the most powerful priests in Poland called Rydzyk, that is his surname, has been wanting to open a medicine department in his little university that he is in charge of. Rydzyk has made a fortune in his religious radio, Radio Maryja, and he's in bed with the government, and he has said, I am very disappointed with the minister of Education, Czarnek. I am disappointed. And you better hurry up and give me what I want. 12 days later, after Rydzyk complained officially that his wish has not been met yet, it has been approved, and now he can teach medicine to students at his own private university. And the education in that university will cost, which is a pretty interesting thing on the Polish market, I'll tell you. It will cost, which is sort of a huge thing, $60,000. $60,000. So yeah. Okay, let's continue.
Okay. This could operate as an advisory role, which in many ways it does now anyway, or as a division of the state itself with separate guidelines from that of the secular nation, or it could have similarities to the secular nation. This idea is in no way radical. To this day, there are many nations who operate under these guidelines through religion, though I would argue with the wrong religion. And historically, such Christian nations and empires withstood
wrong religion. I wonder what he is referring to.
The test of time.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be half frozen.
Though ultimately buckling, some of them lasted well over 1,000 years. No current product.
No, it's not half frozen. Vaush just has the uncanny ability to stay really still. Because Alex is moving, Andrew is moving, it's just that Vaush is super still. Like a statue, like a monk. He could be referring to a number of religions. Perhaps we can perceive as heretical Christian denominations like those cast out on the wake of the Nation Council. Perhaps Islam, most likely Judaism, because he's self-titled fascist. Fascists tend to be anti-Semitic. I think it's Islam, because there are not that many countries that have sort of Judaism in synergy with its government, you know?
Of any Western nation.
He's talking about countries that are in synergy with the religion, and he's talking about there are countries that do it perfectly well, even though the religion is wrong. He's talking about the Islamic State.
Is going to do that. Remember in the course of this debate that Vaush is at the mercy of the same criticisms he may levy at the idea of Christian nationalism. In many ways, he is more at the mercy of his own criticisms than I am, as the examples of communism we have are less than ideal, and he envisions a radical parting from those systems, yet historically those systems are all we can point to. Under my own system, however, we can point to nations which have prospered, persevered, and ultimately created mostly happy and healthy populations. A return to patriarchy is the order of the day. The way that we would achieve.
Oh my God, the return to... We never left the patriarchy, first of all. Second of all, what does socialism or communism have to do with religion? This entire debate will be Andrew trying to do I'm rubbery or glue, but he purposely, proposes all of Vaush's position. Pretskomuno. Return to the... I can see that Pretskomuno is going to become a thing in this chat.
This is the same way the communists and feminists achieved their subversive goal of their attempted annihilation of Christianity, which is still ongoing, and that key is through the demographic shift via birth rates. The religious have a lot of children, and the non-religious don't.
Demographic shifts, Oh. Also, it's not a goal of communism to eliminate religion, and especially specifically Christianity.
The future essentially is ours. My plan for such a system is no different than Vaush's in execution. Over the next 100 years,
Andrew has one debate strategy. Set up the conversation in such a way that he can cry bad faith. True. Are those Vaush's notes Christian horse shit? What? Where? What? Wait. Are those? I think they are Vaush's notes. He thanks Christian horse shit. Return birth rates, patriarchy, blah blah. Oh my God. These are Vaush's notes. That's funny. That's good.
Christians establish our
I want to see him write more
values into our children and direct them to begin to take over the institutions. This seems like a laughable proposition, except that's exactly what the Marxists and feminists did. It took them about...
Marxist and feminists. Oh my God, I thought that was Lucy's screen. No, that's Vaush. That's Vaush's screen. I will admit that our screens sort of blend in, and it's a little bit difficult to say which one is, which is part of my setup and which is part of the videos, but this is why you like watching me, because I keep you on your toes. You don't know what's what. I need to see this in the stream. Did one of his editors put it in post? Possibly. Yeah, that's possible.
About 150 years or so to accomplish it.
I want to see him write more.
We can do exactly the same thing. In fact, we can probably do it in about 100 years. Our job external to that is just to slow the progressive machine down any way we can until age claims its advocates. Obviously, I have a lot more to say on this topic.
Meanwhile, here in the real world, people are getting more progressive, actually. And it's the conservatives that are dying out of old age. That's sort of the reality of the situation. To say that the progressive people will die of old age and that the conservative, young, spry conservatives will just take over, it's just okay. I guess that's what we call being in denial. If I remember correctly, he shows notes at the beginning, but not later. I watched this debate on stream. Ooh.
And as we get into
I want to see more notes up here.
Just remember that theology informs culture and culture informs politics. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time over to Vaush, and hopefully we can get into this thing.
Theology informs culture, and culture informs politics.
Cool. Vaush, you got 7 minutes. You can use as much of that as you want. Have at it, buddy.
Gotcha. Yeah, I noted absent of that opening from Andrew was either a description of what the problems are with modern society or how his proposed solutions would fix any of it.
The problem with modern society is progressivism and its machine. Haven't you watched The Matrix? Machine.
The problem that I have is that ultimately it feels like this is always a vibes thing, which is ironically very feminine and not at all a representation of patriarchal logic.
I don't know. I find it funny when Vaush goes into this line of logic. You're being very feminine, Andrew. You're not being very patriarchal.
The idea that there's something wrong with society and the best way to address it is to return with a V, just gesturing at, well, civilization lasted, ignoring the fact, of course, that Christian civilization and history has been a nonstop shit pit where countries obliterate each other. Ethnic and ideological and linguistic and religious divide shift constantly, just nonstop war. I mean, if you want to point towards longevity of civilization, I mean, go look at China. You know, that's probably the best example we have of real longevity. Christianity, of course, not being a primary force in its stability, except for the extent to which it destabilized it in the 1800s.
Wait, no, don't look at China. Look at Vietnam. Vietnam was occupied for 1,000 years and still persevered. Don't look at China. Look at Vietnam. That's a good example of longevity and perseverance. Well, if he's an anti-Semite, which admittedly is an unknown, won't he think that the Jewish cabal controls progressivism, therefore progressivism in his worldview shouldn't really be capable of dying out without Judaism dying out, because in his mind it's a tool? Maybe, yeah. I mean, the Nazis, World War II Nazis did target Judaism. They targeted religious Jewish people the most, and they performed the most horrible atrocities on Jewish people during Jewish holidays, and it was on purpose, of course. The dates were deliberately chosen to correspond with Jewish holy days.
In truth, what makes a nation last or does not is A, complicated, and B, not of interest to Andrew. His interest in these subjects, patriarchy, blah, blah, fight progressivism, is for entirely separate reasons. In reality, the idea of preserving civilization is altogether kind of a psyop. It's not a real thing.
True.
Everything changes. No civilization is as it was 50 or 100 years ago.
Agreed.
You can preserve names, I guess. You can point towards official longevity, but none of this really means anything. What matters is, how do we build the best life possible for the greatest number of people? And I think, of course, libertarian socialism proposes many excellent solutions when it comes to the problems we have with modern life. Religion does not. Religion does not improve anything. It does not fix our problems. It does not make our cities more walkable. It does not address income inequality. It doesn't do anything except give people a feeling that there is meaning where there is none. I think we should construct our own meaning in a willful manner rather than ceding it entirely to imagined higher forces.
All right. This is an open segment part, so you guys have at it.
Yeah, so Vaush, let's start with your religion doesn't improve anything. And yet, as we look at the happiness indexes of the people who are the most religious, they seem to be the most happy. They're also having the most children. They're also divorcing the least. They seem to, out of all the metrics, have the least amount of mental illness. How could you possibly...
The divorce thing is... oh, by the way, did you know that when Christianity still forbade divorce, in Judaism, divorce was like an okay thing? I even remember reading in one of Isaac Bashevis' Singer when the characters before World War I were talking, oh, it's forbidden for non-Jewish people, but, you know, for us, it's perfectly okay to divorce, to just, you know.
Possibly with a straight face make the claim.
But yeah, I guess I would add from the perspective of Judaism while we're at it. I'm going to add this little caveat that from my perspective, like, because Vaush said that religion doesn't contribute anything positive. But I think when it comes to, for example, Judaism, like, it does contribute positive things when it comes to the Jewish community. I do think so, yeah.
That religion doesn't improve anything. All of your positions are material in nature, and they don't seem
I
to
just don't think that the contribution is political, you know? It's more cultural than political. But it's still a contribution nonetheless.
work that well. They
And
don't
right
seem to
off the
answer
bat-
greater questions.
Right off the bat, we see the analytical issues. First of all, tracking this onto number of babies had. Historically, the most babies humans have been during pre-modern medieval periods where women were pumping out 11 kids, half them would die in the fields. The number of children you have has nothing to do with how happy you are. Likewise with...
Actually, the Jewish community, the Jewish community's birth rate was bigger than Christians in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That's because the Jewish community broadly, under the leadership of the Council of the Four Lands, the community took the policy, I guess, of the community taking care of the poorest members, giving them shelter, giving them the best healthcare that was available at the time, providing people with food when they couldn't have it. And that led to less children dying. Yeah, helping with kids, yeah. That meant less children were dying. That meant that the birth rate was higher among Jewish people than Christians. I personally think there is a lot of value in religious texts, scriptures, not as means of divine knowledge or something, but as a preservation of the culture of the time in which it was written, a reflection on humankind, like an epic such as an epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah, I would agree with this, you know? I would agree with this. Especially since I might have not talked about this on stream, but the Torah, or the so-called Old Testament, is divided roughly into three parts, okay? One part is the history of the Jewish nation, or rather, nation is a bad word here, because it's loaded with nationalism and modern nation states language. It's the history of the Jewish people. That's the first part of the Torah. The second part is the law of Jewish people that Jewish people should preserve as they organize. And the third is sort of prediction on where Jewish people will move forward into the future. You know? So you can even look at the Torah as sort of this guideline for a people on how to live, to learn about their history, and where to move into the future. You know? These are very interesting. Okay, let's continue.
With divorces and marriages. Again, we would have to argue then that the happiest marriages must have necessarily been in the ones in, I don't know, England prior to Henry VIII. You would point back to some time where it was illegal to divorce. These aren't real metrics of happiness. People in general are getting less happy. That is absolutely the case. Why not?
Yeah, but the religious seem to be less so via self-reporting, and the religious are having the most amount of children. And I have the stats here. If you'd like to review them, I can show this to you and demonstrate it to you. Pew Research has been following this very closely for a number of years, and their indexes seem to be quite good. And yet your materialist outlook seems to claim that libertarian socialism, materialism will save you. And yet we're closer to that worldview than ever. And yet mental illness and all of these factors which lead to unhappiness is higher than ever.
We've only began
least of all with
tracking.
The religious.
So first of all, as I established, birth rates are irrelevant to this discussion if we're talking about happiness. Second of all, mental illness as well. We've only started tracking mental illness in a meaningful way in the past couple of decades. So this is another factor which you can't reasonably tie to a lack of religiosity.
It just means you have more
in fact,
kids.
if you go to our insane asylums and people with severe mental illness issues, you'll find plenty of people there who are deeply religious. The idea that mental illness tracks perfectly onto, or even remotely, onto a lack of religiosity is just absolutely not the case.
Well, how can you make that claim? That actually makes no sense. You say birth rates can't be tied to happiness, and yet if you have children, you are happier. How could you possibly say that birth rates wouldn't track onto that? Of course they would.
Do you think people were like at their happiest in India in like 1880 when the average number of children had by every mother was like 8 or 9 at a time during desperate poverty? I'm asking.
Yeah, this is a red herring. It has nothing to do with anything.
Answer the question. If you think
I have no idea. I don't think it's relevant.
Okay,
I have no idea.
I think that birth rates do not track perfectly onto happiness. In fact, I don't think there's any relationship.
Yeah, but that wasn't my claim, bro.
You
that
made
really
the claim
was not
that
my
higher
claim.
birth rates are indicative of greater happiness, and I just don't think that's the case.
No. My claim, just so that you don't straw man it, is that women who have children seem to be happier than women who do not have children. When you look at the birth rate, of course, that's going to map onto that, as women are the ones who have the children. So obviously, if they're happier, they're going to have more children, and as mothers, they're going to have more children. At least this is what the Pew Research shows.
Do you think there might be a confounding variable there? Like maybe the economic stability which allows people to have children might make people, happier?
Then why are the poorest people having the most of them?
Because poorer people sometimes are happier, and sometimes they have more children. Or maybe,
what would make a poorer
as per my
person
argument, maybe
happier?
there isn't a strong relationship between how many children you're having and how happy you are.
So what would make poorer people happier than people with all of this materialism? That's really weird, Vaush.
I didn't say that. I was indicating that I think this is an argument in favor of my point. I just don't think these two statistics track onto each other very well. And I don't think you do either, frankly. I think that the reality that when we talk about like what makes people unhappy or what problems we can solve socially, the actual like fabric of a person's mental wellness is so complicated and so multivariate that I would immediately distrust anyone who tried to reduce it to a single variable.
True.
I'm more interested in...
hang on. We're not reducing anything to a single variable, that's why.
Some of the most miserable people I've ever met known of our parents. Sandra is so full of shit. Yeah, because being a parent is also sort of like it can be like a sacrifice, right? There are things that you might not be able to do or pursue.
Okay, nobody said the issue is not multifaceted. However, for you to make kind of this bold claim and gloss it over when you're pinned down on the fact that the people who are the poorest, they seem to be the happiest or the happiest. At least that's what your claim just was a second ago.
No,
So if that's true, then obviously it must be something other than materialism, which is causing them to be happier. What would you say that is, Vaush?
I didn't make that claim. I said that there are plenty of... No, I said maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's this, as ways of indicating that I don't feel there's a strong track between birth rates and happiness. birth rates are higher in many parts of the world that are a lot poorer and less happy than the United States.
Right.
In the United States, it is absolutely the case that poor people tend to have more children. There's also a racial or ethnic element to that as well. But this isn't a perfect one-to-one track. For instance, rural areas where the cities are drying up and dying, there are people who have lots of kids, sure, but they're not happy. I mean, we make, I guess sort of reductive comments about white trash families, and I don't think that's fair, but it is certainly the case.
Of course, religion was deeply entrenched in Mesopotamian societies. Belief in God was like belief in water for them, an undeniable fact of life, and because their written language was pictographic, it made learning to learn and write way harder, so a scribal upper class arose, which must mystique. Right, yeah. That was, yeah. Interestingly enough, in the Jewish tradition, you had the only temple, the temple, one in Israel, and was destroyed, as the story goes. And with it, the priest class ceased to exist, and the priest class was replaced with the rabbis that did not need to be from a priestly lineage, which meant, at least in my mind, it meant that it was given to the people rather than held by a special priesthood sort of class. In my opinions, most parents do it for the worst reason. If there can even be a good reason, it's ultimately done to the parents' benefit. They want to maintain the family name, bloodline, feel loved, scratch the caretaker edge, feel a sense of purpose for immortality, though their successors. Right, yeah. You're right. You're actually right. The Kohens, what do you mean? It baffles me too why so many people seem to indicate that they're incapable of loving a child if it doesn't look like them. Yeah, that's very weird indeed.
That there are plenty of households out there where you have both many children
Or
and
not
not
from
a lot
the
of
same
happiness.
nation.
I
Well,
just
then
think
this is
it's
another
too
problem with the
complicated.
materialist worldview, Vaush. When you make this kind of bold claim, don't you think that economics really has a lot to do with whether or not people are having children? And then you cite that the poorest people are having the most amount of children, right? This is a very strange argument from you. So I'm hoping that you can qualify this and make this make sense to me.
I don't think anything that I said there doesn't make sense. The
okay.
characteristics that
I
might
did
lead
not
a
know
person
the
to have a
name.
lot of children are incredibly complicated. I mean, if you want a full rundown,
Yeah.
it correlates more often to people who are poorer, I imagine, because people
Because in Judaism, rabbis, there's no like this hierarchy, Rabbis are not in some sort of higher class above people in some sort of a hierarchy. There's a perfect illustration of this in the book of Isaac Bashevis Singer, in which the protagonist of the books is treated as a wise person, and everybody goes to get advice from him and call him a rabbi. And he says, I'm not a rabbi, I'm nobody. And then he sends a letter to an actual rabbi asking, what should I do? And the rabbi quickly replied with a letter and says, if you're a person that people come to get advice from, you're a rabbi. People deem you worthy to ask for advice. You are a rabbi. Yeah. I think it also applies to the Second Temple, by the way.
who are poorer often have a harder time with regards to family planning and management. They also have less strict life plans when it comes to their own career. Poor
They're
people
also
who
more
bounce
religious.
around, sometimes, but that
Most of the
doesn't-
time.
But they're not the happiest. In fact, there's a very large degree of opioid addiction and unhappiness in highly religious rural communities with lots of children. So it's almost like your attempt to reduce these variables to some kind of simple correlative line doesn't actually work when you look at the material reality of the people.
Well, first of all, backing up, you and I have both agreed already that it's multifaceted. Right? I'll agree that that's true, but that doesn't mean that some variables aren't far more important than others, which is why you cited an economic variable to begin with. Moving into this, when you're talking about this portion of the topic, which is birth rates, which have become absolutely disastrous everywhere, not just in the West, but globally, this was all due to anti-natalist campaigning from
what's
leftists.
disastrous about our birth rates?
They're in free fall collapse, Vaush.
Yeah, they've lowered, as they have in every industrialized country, sure.
No, in all countries. Almost all countries everywhere, with the exception of a few African nations and Middle Eastern nations, and those are dropping off quickly too.
Yes, industrialized countries produce fewer children because you no longer need 8 little tykes to run the farm, of course.
Well, no, that's not the only reason that we have a collapse in birth rate. It's because women are getting married older instead of younger. Now, you could make the argument... Well, you could make the argument that this is due to, better family planning or something like this, I suppose. But still, ultimately, if you want to keep your population high, thus keeping your economy good, in all.
Also, I will make okay, I'm going to read this comment and I'm going to make a point of my own. Human life is like a log. We grow as saplings only to be cut and placed on a campfire. The fire of youth allows a great fire to blaze, and we are consumed by this same fire. All that is left is ashes. Our motivation or fire disappears without a trace. Yet our ashes remain. Our contributions to literature, science, or communities live on. We, in a sense, live on. You don't need kids to make an impact. Yes, exactly. You can contribute to your fellow humans, you know? You can contribute to your fellow humans as part of your legacy. You choose what your meaning is and what you want to leave behind. And you also choose if you want to leave anything behind. Hello, Zumi dear.
Nations on planet Earth, you can't just shift around people who don't exist because the birth rate's lower everywhere.
Our populations are still growing.
No, they're actually plateauing quickly. And the last UN report showed that, but the most modern UN report on population demographics, which I have in front of me, show that it's much more catastrophic than the UN previously predicted, citing that China, and this came in from a study from, sorry, it's on Forbes. I can link it over to you.
Is specific to the one-child policy. Yeah. I think that was very dumb of the CCP. I'm talking about here in the West.
But they're talking about a 500 million reduction in the Chinese population, potentially by 2050, 2060. That's right around the corner.
Okay. I don't think you listened. That's because of the one-child policy. Andrew is not a very good listener. Would you leave your possessions to? I want to say my parents, but if it all goes as it, should they pass? They'll pass first, obviously, so. Who would you leave your possessions to? You don't need to leave your possessions. Like, you could make your possessions a more, so for example, how should I say, public good? You could start an org and use your possessions as a thing that would fuel the org, and then you would leave the org as the sort of users. Not even donate, just start the org and use your possessions as assets of the org, for example. He wants women to marry younger.
That's a massive population reduction. Japan, within 200 years, is actually slated to not exist. It's slated to not exist due to the population.
So is the world population growing or decreasing right now?
Right now, it's plateauing.
The world population, as I understand it, is still growing at a decent clip. I mean,
but
it
it's
went
going,
from 6 billion
but it's
to 8
plateauing.
Billion just in my
Sure,
that's fine. We have a finite amount
and
of
then
space.
it free falls. and then it's projected to free fall by every UN analyst and by every scientific metric that you can possibly look at who has looked at this. It's expected to free fall and possibly stabilize at 6 billion in the next 150 years to 200 years. But the estimates,
what
society
yeah, I'd like to see that. Also, assuming that's the case, okay. I mean, it can't grow forever. Like, let's just say, let's presume that information is accurate. If that seems fine. I mean, what should we have? 10, 12, 15 billion?
So here's why this is problematic, Vaush, because the Population Bomb, which was a book that was dropped all over the African nations and India in order to reduce the populations of those nations significantly, it turns out that was very problematic because, as it turns out, the more people you have, the more work gets done and the more people get fed. Right now, due to the increase in population, there's more global food production, the ability to deliver this food globally to people who need it than there ever has been in human history. That's what happens with pro-natalist policies versus anti-natalist policies.
Wait, you just answer what population do you think it should stop at? So, okay, it might stop at 6 billion. What meaningfully is the difference between?
I think that the Earth can easily, according to analysis, have up to 25, 30 billion people with pretty regular ease.
Is that
within that confines of those numbers?
Ideal? How is that better than what we have?
But even in our current situation, we don't keep all the people fed. What?
Because more people equals more work, less starvation. Starvation.
We already have mass starvation. Is that a joke?
For populations, more work for infrastructure building, more work for, I mean, even look at the U.S. labor force now. One of the biggest problems
to cater to. This is very, very silly. The idea that everything gets better the more people are on Earth, it's just not the case. First of all, like, people, the number of humans that are going to end up on the planet and, like, sort of plateau out at, that's not the same as our maximum carrying capacity. You don't want to hit the maximum carrying capacity for the same reason.
We're nowhere near it.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't want
to. Problem.
And the reason for that is the same reason you don't want to hit the maximum carrying capacity of an elevator or a restaurant. You know, maximum.
Yeah, but we don't even know what the maximum carrying capacity is, but we do know we're nowhere near it. And we're also declining.
I understand what the issue is with these broader trends.
I've just explained it to you. You don't want populations in free fall collapse. No, you don't even have enough hands to do the work.
Well,
what do you mean? You don't have that now in the United States.
The amount of work, first of all, we get plenty of work done in this country. And second of all, the idea that, sure, you have less people doing work, but you also have less people for whom to do the work. Like, the idea that you would be doing the same amount of labor if there were 30 billion people on Earth as you have to now with 8 billion people on Earth.
No, man. No. Labor is scalable. You need to understand. Labor is scalable.
I don't think
so, like, when you combine two people together to do a job,
30.
it doesn't get done twice as fast. It gets done 4 or 5 times as fast.
That's highly reductive and not the...
It is pretty reductive. What do you expect from Big Papa Fascist? How anyone unironically is a Christian nationalist is incomprehensible. So you're Satan then. You hate good things and true. Common sense. Hello, Fake Alec Hal Parker. We're watching your favorite debate right
the case
now.
For all things. There are plenty of things like regional economic limits or non-scalability or lacking in land area or climate change changing the available land.
Give me a type of job or occupation where that's true of.
There's not any. I don't have to provide any argument here because the premise I'm arguing against is nonsensical. Let me construct an ideology.
So you have no argument.
Well, you have to provide an idea first.
I did.
And the idea you're providing is, what if we had an ideology that made everyone have as much babies as possible? But you need to sell me on this being a good idea because I don't care. Like, I'm not sold on this. I want people who are alive to be happy. I want the human species to do well. I think that the human species did pretty well at 6 billion. I'm sure it would do pretty well at 8 or 10 or whatever. But the idea of orienting all of my political beliefs around hitting some kind of maximum
So I'll try a different angle for you then, if that's your approach. You do agree that you do want some people on planet Earth, right? At least some
ideally.
Number of them?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I want human civilization.
What number would that be from your perspective?
I don't care. That's the thing. Then
what's the argument here?
So
we both want people. We both want people, and if the birth rate If the birth rate
Only that.
reduces, so a population collapses and there's no people, that's bad.
You
so
have
we
to
can agree on
explain
that.
to me how shifting our entire political mindset to accommodate some arbitrary goal that you've just made up in front of me is necessary at all. I think that if we build,
it can't be arbitrary if you agree we need humanity.
No, the end point is still arbitrary.
Let me jump in and bridge the gap really quick.
Well,
so,
really quickly, I just want to ask, or I just want to put forward the point here, really
You're
quickly.
not good at this,
I think
Andrew.
that we should build good political systems that make people happy and encourage growth and economic stability and all those wonderful
You're
things.
not good at
I
this,
do not
Andrew.
think we need to orient everything about some kind of psychotic pronatalist perspective where we try to keep women out of colleges and in the home so every single one of them has 7 children. I don't think that's
nobody. Okay, first of all, all you're doing there is framing. I never made the argument that women must do anything. What I told you is that we have a birth rate that's in free fall. You agree that we need to at least have some humanity, which means you have to at least replace the people.
At least some humanity, and 30 billion is a bit of a leap, isn't it? It's either 30 birth rate free fall.
People who are in existence.
God.
So you and I can at least agree that every human being should probably have at least one other human being to replace them, right? Or if not, there needs to be some number of humans on planet Earth. So if that's true, and you and I agree that that's true, then having a declining birth rate, that would be catastrophic for both of our worldviews.
If it leveled out at 6 billion.
Hang on, stop. I'm going to step in for 1 second and just kind of bridge the gap a little bit. So you guys both agree that there needs to be humans on Earth. But the difference is that Vaush is saying, hey, I don't understand why it's important for us to increase the amount of people that we have on the planet now. Andrew's saying, hey, I think that would actually be better. So that's what Vaush is asking.
No, that's actually incorrect. So what I'm saying to you is that the amount of people who are on planet Earth right now are slated to significantly decrease down to maybe half or below.
I have not seen any numbers.
What the current status is right now. Okay, well, I've just linked the article over to you. China's population right here.
What about world? World population.
This is the projection. Now, the world population, the UN projection was at 6 billion. However, the trend is very, very quickly going the other direction. I can send you an article on this as well.
As the world
so they're saying that it could be reduced to as little as 3.5 billion to 4 billion. They don't know. So
these are speculative numbers that don't actually tie in with the broader consensus. Look, the issue
what's not speculative though is the number of or what the birth rate is at for the percentage of the population.
Invariably, no matter what point you hit, you will hit periods of general population decline, because it's not possible to perpetually maintain growth or stagnation. There will be waves up and down. This is inevitable. I think that what's the problem here is that this is all fake policy. There is no such thing as global pronatalism or antinatalism. You said earlier.
This is not gonna last. They're gonna be arguing about fascism soon. It's not just an increase, it's the pursuance of a higher population and the detriment of all other policies. Kind of cult. It is actually.
Earlier, the left does this is nonsense.
Let me give you an example.
People have children and are able to have children in line with the material circumstances they live in. Are they educated? Do they have the money? Do they have the space in their household? Are there cultural values that incline them towards having more children or not? These are the things that we can do and control. Now, if we're to have a discussion on what we should promote, here's something I think we could do, okay? I think
no.
Cool.
Let me respond to these 2 points because both of them are inaccurate. The first one is the 2 points that you smuggled in.
What if we
agree? First point that you smuggled in was that people can only have children based on material conditions. Not true. They have children outside of the scope of their material conditions all the time.
What?
And that's why you see some of the poorest nations in the world breeding more than any other nation.
Those are the
so this
conditions.
is first of all, this is patently false. Hang on, let me finish.
What? Poor people are outside of the scope of material what?
No, wait. You don't understand.
I let you give your argument. Let me give mine back.
You just described those are the material conditions. Material conditions doesn't mean if you're rich enough. It means that the circumstances that surround you give you the ability and inclination to do something. Poverty inclines people towards having lots of children. That is a material condition.
Oh, man. Okay, fine. Even if I grant this, okay, this kind of second thing which you smuggled in is that the left has no anti-natalist policy, but they do. They're by far the largest advocates of abortion. everywhere on planet Earth. That's a left-wing socialist policy for sure. Even back to its roots, it was a socialist policy. There's no doubt that that's true. They're the ones who dropped the population bomb all over planet Earth via helicopter in order to get people to stop breeding. Yes, they have had significant anti-natalist policies. It's absurd to say otherwise.
So you're saying that giving people the choice as to whether or not they want to have children, it leads to a decrease in how many children people have?
First, well, again, this is a smuggled-in premise.
That's not.
You're not
I'm
giving.
just asking you a question.
You're not giving them the choice. You're saying you can't kill your offspring. There's a distinction.
No, the legality of abortion is giving people the choice to have or to not
Oh
have
my
children.
God.
It leaves out the possibility of accidentally
No,
having
this
children.
is your bad
No,
worldview
please,
of
please
you
stop.
making the assumption it's not murder.
Stop complaining that literally anything that doesn't immediately like pre-pack your framing into it is some kind of biased question, okay?
Well, then don't complain immediately that I accept your framing as being true.
Well, my framing is that if people have the option to abort a fetus, that they will have less children. I think that people should want to have the children they have. So I want to build a society in which maybe people have more children, but they're amped about it. And what that means is supporting material policies, like, for example, free childcare, or better tax credits, or legal mandates for corporations to provide maternity and paternity leave.
True.
Those are examples of things that
Good.
socialists tend to support and would massively increase the viability of having children, even in an industrialized
I
country.
saw a video about
That's
it.
real politics.
Then,
right
if
there.
that's true, then how come in the nations where these things are implemented, you have not seen the birth rate make a recovery, Vaush?
Well, I
Vaush?
think that there's more to it than that. You have to
Oh,
give
right.
people the
So then why are you
options that-
giving me policies that don't work? I don't care.
They do work.
Give me policies that work.
They do work.
Well,
However,
okay, well, then show me how they work.
okay,
and where they work.
Wait, do you need me to explain to you how like state subsidized daycare makes it easier for people to have kids?
Why?
I feel like
It
that's
has
pretty
not done
intuitive.
any reversal to the birth rate in the nations which have implemented
Well,
it. None.
wait. Do you have
He
data?
just wants to. I guess he just wants to ban abortion, divorce. Surgery is like vasectomy of tube laying, reversible. I think that some of them can be reversible. Yes, some of them actually can be reversible.
That demonstrates it has absolutely no
Yes, the
effect,
birth
even
rate.
though for the past
Which
century-
nation would you like to cite? And I'll give you the birth rates and that they're on the decline. Absolutely.
What specific policies? Wait, hold on. They're on the decline. Is it possible
Mm-hmm.
they would be more on the decline if it wasn't for those policies?
It's
Uh-oh.
Then how do you know?
possible.
Then how do you know?
However,
Wait, no, that's
however,
so you confidently
if it-
say you have data that
even if it
demonstrates
were,
correlation
but even if
for
it were,
positive behavior.
they don't. You say that these are the policies which would reverse the trend. They want. They
I can-
don't.
This is the correlation does not equal causation stream. Again, we have the same argument. The policies he mentioned won't meet his own standard of evidence. He's only interested in wasting Vaush's time. It's all bad faith. True. Agreed, Arkael. Do you know what is not a waste of time? Donating money to your favorite streamer, Lucy Hazeh. Because then I will be able to eat nice eating food. You can give birth to a child.
Reverse the trend.
I can give more. So a lot
Then
of it,
give more.
Sure. A lot of it also has to do with work culture. Even in a society in which people are given the opportunity to have children with state mandates and subsidies and what have you, there's a huge issue of like
8
people
out
lose
of
out
10.
economically
Do you
on
mean
a
the
lot
plug?
by having children. A lot of this also has to do with
Donate, you ducks. True. Arkael already is donating with the literature. Arkael is donating the literature to the cause.
like keeping dads in the home, right? Like if a dad takes 6 months off work, even if it's part of paternity leave, that is a rough sell economically, and it can disincentivize their future promotions. I think that we should have a
True.
culture that is much more permissive towards people
Don't
not
make
being
me into
nonstop
an
24/7
age
workaholics,
slur.
because that shit kills families. Not only does it prevent people from having kids, it also fucks up the kids if they are born.
This is
because
a
dad's always out
restatement
house.
of the same exact claim. You're giving a material position to this, and yet in the places where you have these material positions, like France, for instance, where you have a reduction
Material
in the work week,
position.
and you do have these types of childcare
It's
programs.
supposed to what? Spiritual stances? Yes. Allow me to, transcend from the hobbyist status, please. Thank you.
You still see the collapse in free fall of their birth rates. This is not reversing
Collapse-
these trends
Wait, hold on. Let me-
whatsoever.
one second. France birth rate over time. You use
In
very
fact-
scary words like collapse and free fall, and I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
free
that
fall.
It looks
Look
like
it up yourself.
It looks like hold on one second.
In fact,
It looks like it's been holding roughly steady for
you
decades.
can gift subs to your fellow white names. Too many people have kids when they aren't ready. It's sad. People aren't informed, and I think people should have to take some childcare courses and pass some standards for mental health. Maybe kids, particularly young and disabled, are the most abused. True.
What?
Births per
Send it in the
1,000
private chat.
people.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, wait, I have it shown here. So it looks like in percentage increase and decrease, there's been like a 2% aggregate decrease since. Wait, hold on. So it's in the year of our Lord. What year is this? Wait, hold on. Sorry.
Is the year
2023.
Right. No,
2000.
2000. 12.7. And then right here you had down to 1. So I guess it's
So as of
reduced by a couple
2020,
of
France was at
percentage
1.83 births per woman.
We're at the year 5,784.
That's not even replacement rate, Vaush. You
Well, they
have
have-
nothing. here.
Vaush.
Okay, but what's the rate over the past few decades? Also,
You
they
need to have at
immigration.
least 2.2. But even if that were true and the rate were still decreasing past your policy implementation, it hasn't reversed it.
Wait,
It hasn't done what you want it to do.
so wait,
man.
again,
Well,
you
you ain't
don't seem
got
to understand how
nothing,
this data
Vaush.
works. The whole point of like inferring causality and why it's bad is that you don't know whether or not these would have been worse otherwise. So I'm looking at
You ain't got
macrotrends.net on the
nothing, Vaush.
France fertility rate, where it seems like back in 1978 they had 1.86 births per woman, and right now they have 1.86 births per woman. There's been about a bunch of like fluctuation,
got
but over the
nothing,
past
Vaush.
45 years, the French
Vaush.
birth rate has stayed basically the same. So I don't like it when you
You're
use terms
talking
like
about
claps
a
and free
negligible
fall.
difference right
Over
now.
40
at 20,
years
in-
stability.
hang on.
40 years of
in
stability.
the year 2020, the United States at
Ouch.
1.64
Well,
birth
I thought
rate,
we were talking about
and
France.
is only negligibly at 1.8. This is a negligible distinction,
we were talking
utilizing the
about-
same policies that you advocate for.
We were talking about France, and I just don't like you using terms like collapse and free fall when what we actually see is total stability over the past 40
Oh my
years.
gosh, I
mean,
thought that
that's
was
not
my
No,
really
we
collapse
collapse and
don't.
free-
In fact, I'm pulling it. Their
I
birth
can
rate
link
looks
it to you.
exactly like, bro. Their birth rate looks
Bro.
exactly like ours. It has been collapsing since World War II.
Okay, wait,
There's
hold
no
on.
doubt that I'm looking at the data.
Okay, wait, I'm going to link you this really quickly so you can see what I'm seeing, because I feel like we're talking past each other
The
a little bit.
fascists.
If you want to share the
perhaps.
screen, just ask.
I don't think curses are necessary. That seems like unnecessary, unnecessary technologization. I think we should work on freeing grandparents and relatives to assist childcare. Away with the nuclear. True, away with the nuclear family. You know, communities and societies should take care of children. What shall we want to do? Fix this thing, but don't you know we already tried doing things. You have nothing. We're an endangered species. True.
And I can share the screen. That's
Here,
fine,
well,
too.
I've just linked it. You can.
Well, no, just put it in the private chat, and I'll get a look at it here.
All right, it's in there.
I've linked it. I've linked it right there. And as you can see, the French birth rate has remained stable for nearly 45 years now, which is pretty significant.
45
I feel.
million years.
Unless I'm misreading this data, but it was at 1.86 per woman back
You don't
in
know data, Vaush.
1978, and
You're a
it's the
pervert.
same today. So again, like free fall and stability are
Okay,
opposites.
1.5. So, okay, so we see a historical collapse. We see in the UN projections and yet another collapse. So
Wait,
no,
what- wait, what
no,
cla- wait,
listen.
Wait, I'm
This
looking.
is still-
wait. What
listen,
cla-
this is
wait,
still
wait,
a
wait,
collapse.
Wait, what collapse? I'm looking at a horizontal line. What is your definition of collapse? Where's the collapse?
Yeah, so I'm going to send you over the counter data.
No.
Because
I-
this
no,
is not
in the,
correct.
In the data, okay. So
Over
you're,
the
you're contesting
counter
the
data?
But in the data that I'm looking at, that I
What?
just sent
Over
you,
the
macro
counter
trends link,
data?
you would agree that this is not a collapse. This is stability, right?
According to this particular projection, what I see is a massive free fall, which happened. You would agree that that's a free fall, right?
Thank you, Moose Watcher, for $5. Why can't Andrew take a page from Tolstoy's book and be a Christian anarchist? Such a shame. True. It reminds me of. Okay, I'm gonna read you a few interesting passages from a book. Okay. You're gonna have a giggle out of this. Okay. So this book takes place like before World War One, I believe, and they discuss anarchism and socialism. A girl that is an anarchist visits an atelier, and they talk. Woman had single child. Andrew, oh my God, Western civilization is doomed. Although I bet it deeper than that. So I'm gonna read you a few quotes from the book. It's very funny. Also, the author actually writes about gender, strangely enough, more than I anticipated. So Warsaw looks really elegant when the snow falls. Of course, just from the early morning before people trample it. And the character tells her, but you said that you used to want to for spring to be always here, not winter. Did I say that? Maybe. And why wouldn't it be winter and spring at the same time? If God is really almighty, and that is what rabbis claim, and also Christian priests, then he would be able to make it that it's Hanukkah and Pesach at the same time. And also people could just be men and women at the same time. Warsaw would be London or Paris. And now I'm gonna read you the roasting of Marx. I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna show you. Oh, there we go. In the Warsaw Courier, the newspaper, they said that in Paris, all women want to be thin. Here in Warsaw, we all want to be fat. My mommy keeps telling me that I should gain some weight. Fortunately, I do not get fat or thin. I have body as if from stone. So I'm the same whether I fast or eat. But there's the... Oh, there we go. A very rare condition, said Bunem. If I had a body like this, I would write it in a medical journal. People would carry out an investigation and people would be able to live without food. And then we could solve world hunger. And then a social revolution would not be necessary. And the girl responds, you must have stood on the wrong side of the bed today. The masses do not need a cure. There is enough food for everybody. In Brazil, the plantation owners throw out thousands of bags of coffee to the sea so that the price does not get lower. They wrote about it in the Warsaw Courier, the newspaper. And the person responds, everything is in your Warsaw Courier. And your body anarchists always say that there are liars of the pen. So they're liars of the pen, why do you trust them? And she responds, they are bandits of the pen. But sometimes they forget themselves and write something that unmasks them. Karl Marx, that traitor, wrote about this and called it a contradiction of capitalism. Actually, there's a lot more contradiction with Marx than with capitalism. So she's an anarchist that roasts Marx. This book sort of takes place where Marx was still alive. And she sort of prefers Bakunin. Oh, there you go. Free love, okay, but do not overdo it. Pleasure without duty, there is no such thing as pleasure without duty, told Salcha, quoting the Catechism of a Revolutionary of Bakunin. And there's also a few other interesting. He was a bit of an anti-Semite. There's the whole thing about Bakunin here. Oh, there you go. Bakunin always talks about the importance of individuality of human beings. Will you stop with your constant quoting of Bakunin? He is someone that is worth quoting. He predicted everything. He's a giant. Alexander Herzen told me about him. He wasn't born under a star, but under a comet, a huge comet that lighted the whole horizon. Bakunin 40 or even 50 years ago has predicted even a break among the Social Democrats. Marx is a midget in comparison with Bakunin. So there you go. You have a little bit of, which is interesting to read in Isaac Bashevis Singer's writing. I thought it was interesting to sort of read it out to you, Vaush.
Right?
Well, it decreased. Free fall implies
Yeah.
like a lack of stability when in fact our countries are the most stable.
Well, I
and
mean,
powerful
so
in
it
all of
goes
human
down.
history.
So it starts at 2.8 and it goes all the way down to 1.8.
So just
That's a
free
significant
fall
collapse.
is like panic language. It's like woman stuff, you know?
And
Free
then it
fall-
goes down
free
to
fall
one.
is like when
Okay,
you
fine,
fall off
fine. Whatever. The
Okay,
language. You don't
no,
like the
it's
language.
important. It's like saying like the number of horses used in public travel free fell after 1920, and it's like, okay, it didn't really free fall. It decreased. But I don't like, because free fall implies some kind of like catastrophic event, you know?
True.
And do you see on your
it's on
line
purpose.
graph that you gave me where it says the word current?
Yeah.
If you hover your mouse over there, do you see in the 2023 boxed into the red, what does that say?
Minus 0.05%. Yes.
Right. So it's still on a slight negative trend down, even according to your data. However, I'll give you data from the UN, which
at
still
that rate-
predicts this free fall.
That's not a free fall, you idiot. Come on. I would love to say you're better than this, but I doubt that Andrew is better than this. Andrew is definitely not better than
That
this.
rate in 100 years,
Free fall.
it would not have even reduced by 0.1 births per woman.
Yeah. So this is France's
Let me see
birth
your
rate
data.
fell by 7%. 7% and continues to decline according to the French National Institute for Statistics and Economic Studies. 24,000 fewer. Yeah, I'll send it over to you via the private chat. So this, I would have to dig into your fertility rates to understand if maybe there was an offshoot
I
there
just
from
Googled
some
it.
other thing.
I know that there was a significant decrease in the Western world's birth rates as we moved into modernity, post World War II, such and such, for sure. But since then, I feel like the numbers have been more or less stable, though there is some variety.
They're not stable.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so the problem here is that this is a panic article. Why on earth would you ever try to assess a nation's average
Dispute
birth
the numbers.
rate, but with a single year of data?
Dispute the numbers.
So, okay, so the way numbers work is if you want to analyze
my
trends of stuff like birth rates in a nation that go out forward and backward decades, you try to use like
It's like the lady we've listened to before. Literally. They all do
aggregate
the same
data
thing.
rather than
Like global data?
sure, like over decades and decades.
So
yeah.
let me give you the global
The
data.
global data shows the population is increasing. But again, like
no,
we're so far
what does
off
the global
right now.
data show about birth rates, though?
He really
Vaush?
wants
The
this to
birth
be a
rates
problem,
are
eh?
decreasing. The population
Yes.
is
Right.
increasing.
So can you perpetually have a birth rate which decreases and a population which increases?
My God, Andrew. If you have such a big problem, I don't know, make more babies. Practice free love. The more free love you will practice, Andrew, the more kids you'll be able to sire. Have you considered that? It's like he's like indignant about basic sociology. True. True. Which again, thank you for the book about basic sociology while we're at it.
Increases, Vaush.
No, but I don't want a population
No,
increase.
Sounds like a
forever.
no,
scary
you
shit.
can't.
I don't. That's not an own because I. Oh my god, did I just accidentally close the StreamYard? Oh my god, fuck. I'm so sorry. I accidentally closed the I thought I was closing a random link. No! Ah, we were mid thingy. Okay, hold on. Click it in.
It also happened to President Sunday recently. I will never make such a mistake. Jewish science.
Okay, there he is.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. I thought I was closing a link, but it turns out I was closing another link. Hi, sorry. Okay, yes. I heard you said we were talking about the birth rate falling even if the population increases. Sorry, that was my debate tactic.
Yeah, the birth rate is still falling even if the population is slated for an increase temporarily.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
But we don't actually know that the population is slated for the kind of increase.
Weren't we talking about France?
I'm going to show this.
Like,
I'm going to show this to you so that you understand the reason. Well, France was actually a sideline to this. However, you asked me for an argument for why it is that Christians are pro-natalist, essentially, and why we see that as a massive.
Oh my God, true. Free love is the solution to demographic collapse. I mean, if we're gonna talk about the topic seriously, free love. Okay, but you also would need to have the second important ingredient, communities taking care of children more broadly, you know? But yeah, of course. People practice free love and whole communities would take on the task of taking care of children. Then yeah, you would actually, in my opinion, have a bigger birth rate, etc. Yeah, I do believe so.
And why we see that as a massive problem. You can see this competes, and there is data linked within
We
that.
gotta play Fire Emblem
which
soon.
is competitive.
I can play the old ones on stream, but I cannot play the Switch ones for obvious reasons.
To the UN models, which shows that the UN models could be vastly incorrect with their projections.
I can't really engage with a random 4-citation article that says, hey, maybe the UN and all that data is wrong and there are millions of calculations and predictions.
Okay, would you like it from Forbes instead?
You are not going to convince me that the population is about to engage in erratic free fall. I think we should just talk about what policies we want to put forward. Well, it's not. Okay. It's objectively not happening.
It is objectively happening globally, yes.
Birth rates decreasing and population decreasing are different.
I'm gonna get paid soon, so you better buy a Switch if I donate $350. I will. In fact, if you donate, and I will unbox it on stream. We'll do an unboxing stream. That I promise. I can promise that. An unboxing stream of the Switch thing. And then I can actually borrow games from Twan. But yeah, actually, this book also writes about free love. While we're at it, that free love is okay, but the problem is who will take care of the children. That the communities should do it. This is very bizarre because Isaac Bashevis, I guess conservative used to mean something very different, because Isaac Bashevis Singer described himself as conservative, but wrote about socialism, anarchism, and many other things in pretty positive terms. And basically wrote a trans story. So I guess conservative used to mean different things for people in the past. The only thing that he feels like conservative in is that he was very attached to Judaism, and that's it. I don't feel love. Yes, you do. He was trying to consider progressivism. Like, he wrote a lot of progressive things. I think originally it just meant keeping traditions alive, but I'm not sure. But reading his books is extremely interesting. I mean, the community was sometimes the family, albeit not the nuclear family, but a large collection of related people like a house or clan. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that sort of is what a community is, right? Like a family. Oh, yes! I've got another quote for you from the book. Speaking of which, oh my gosh, I have to find it, but it's a quote that you will really love, so it's not a stunlock. It's a really important sentence, you know? Okay, so the boy tells to the anarchist girl. The girl says to the anarchist girl asks the boy, "So what? You want to run away from the country without saying goodbye?" And he says, "I think it would be easier." And she says, "I would not be able to do that to my parents. I would rather die." And he says, "It looks like I'm the anarchist here, not you." And she says, "If you see anarchism as something that is without responsibility, or a fight for fighting itself, or as our enemies say, a fight for a piece of vegetables, or as Jewish people say, or as Jewish people say, then maybe you're right. To me, anarchism is the highest form of responsibility for me and for my closed ones, but also for everybody else, also those whom I do not know. For us, every human is a sibling." See? It is the highest form of responsibility for those who are close to you, but also for others who you do not know. For us, every human is a sibling. See what a nice quote? All right, let's continue. I think it was a nice quote.
Different things. You can't have a non-stop birth rate of 6 children per woman. That's not a sustainable birth rate.
First of all,
Yeah, 6 babies per woman. That is basically why China started implementing all those things to begin with.
why isn't that a sustainable birth rate?
Do you know how? Okay, are you familiar with the concept of thermodynamics? If you have 6 children per woman, assuming a modern day
Like that is basically why the birth rate was so big that China was actually very worried about overpopulation. That's why they implemented all of those things that backfired now, but
survivability rate into childhood, you would eventually, over the course of like a century, multiply the human species into unsustainable populations.
Hey, Vaush, do me a favor and close your eyes for a second, just a second, and tell me what the first law of thermodynamics is.
What does that have to do with the mass birth?
You don't even know. Why would you ask me if I'm familiar with
I don't remember which ones
thermodynamics?
are which.
You don't know anything
I
about
don't remember which ones are
thermodynamics.
which. It's the equal and opposite reaction. And the... So wait, what does that have to do with like the what does that have to do with like, so you don't understand how an exponential growth in the human population...
You can't tell me I don't understand something, cite thermodynamics,
So,
and then prove that you have no understanding of thermodynamics.
You can't smoke a cigarette and like sip whiskey out of a skull glass and then like pretend that we haven't arisen like a problem here. You need to explain to me how you don't think it's an issue.
Ironically, I'd say the concept of clan has some lived on in my own family's history, albeit in a much more abstract sense. Most people don't care, let alone know about distant cousins, and that's normal, I'd argue. Meanwhile, people in my surname are conducting their own censuses and are offering bed and board to people who should by all means be strangers. What's a TIFF? Energy can neither be created or destroyed. This is the first law of thermodynamics. Don't you think that the quote about all strangers being siblings is nice? I think it's nice. I think it's very. I really like that about that quote about anarchism. It's the highest form of responsibility for your loved ones, but also fellow humans in general.
You to exponentially increase the human population indefinitely.
No, my ask of you
I like that
was
so
you made the
much.
claim that this would be a problem if every woman on planet Earth had 6 children. I asked you why that would be a problem because that's your claim.
And I said, and you might recall this, I said
Mhm.
because we have a finite amount of space, and if we do that, we would bring the human population beyond a sustainable level.
Okay, so I could agree with you in
This
theory.
is such a silly conversation.
So,
Like we're
so hang on.
actually arguing
So I can agree
about...
with you. I can agree with you in theory
It is a silly
that would be true if it was
conversation, that's
perpetual with like this was for every single woman for
That is the best thing that's been said in a while. Yeah, it is a silly conversation. Of course we should care about all people. Yeah, I agree. We would live in a far better world if we,
ever.
Andrew, I
that
said-
yes, that would
I
likely
said
happen.
We
But
can't have a 6 children per woman birth rate
Mhm.
forever, and you asked why not. Now, don't
Yeah.
pretend you didn't say that.
Yeah, but do you know why I did that?
Why'd
I
you do
asked you
that?
this
Mhm.
because I wanted you to land on the number which is sustainable.
Which is
I don't know. I'm asking you.
what I don't.
Because
So,
you say
so
X is
you
not
do-
sustainable. I can agree to that, but what number is sustainable?
So your argument then is that we should magically make women produce a exponentially larger number of children until we just eventually happen to hit the maximum possible amount of children or like people we can have on the planet, and then we have what, a bunch of like war and resource conflicts. We're running out of drinkable water as it is in many parts.
I
of the
haven't even
world.
put forward a policy. Why are you
I
arguing
know
against
because
straw
you
men?
have nothing.
You're arguing against straw men.
No, I'm
Ask
arguing
me for a policy
I'm
instead,
arguing-
and I'll
I've-
ask you for one.
I've asked you for policies multiple times. I've provided
Okay, so
half a dozen.
if you want a specific pro-natalist policy, which I have, would be eliminating abortion.
Okay,
That's a
I don't-
pro-natalist policy.
Phenomenal. I don't care. I think that if people are going to have
Well,
children,
you don't
they
care,
should-
but I haven't given
they
you any
should-
policies,
No.
right?
It's been like 40 minutes, and
banning all abortion would just lead to what's happening in Poland. Women dying in hospitals. Amazing. That would be so great, wouldn't it?
it's all been vibes from you.
Important.
It's all been like, well, I think it should be like this.
Important.
Tell me
You
why
mean
an
arguments?
infinite number of humans
mean I've
wouldn't
given
be
you
a good
arguments?
idea. But you haven't even provided an argument for why we should just catapult the human population to the maximum possible level this planet can hold. Like, morally.
Well,
I want
first
you,
of all,
from
first of all, I didn't
principles,
tell
can
you.
justify
I didn't
that?
tell you to push it to the maximum limit. What I said to you is that what we have seen as a trend, and I would love to see you disagree with this, is that more people equals less starvation, as opposed to when there was less people and more starvation. And every single scientific study I've seen on this proves that this is true.
Is that
Even
a
the
causative
vegans,
relationship?
Even the vegans know that this is true.
Is this
Even
a
the
causative
vegans.
relationship, or do you think that changes?
Yes, it's
in
a causative
distribution and-
relationship.
So
Yes.
you're saying that even though we already have enough food to feed all humans on Earth right now, we need more people to make more food to feed more humans, so we have less starvation than the theoretically none we could be having right now?
Well, first of
True.
all, there's a lot of loaded presuppositions.
Can you
there.
answer that
The
directly
first
rather than
loaded
complaining about
presupposition. Don't cut me
presuppositions
off when
every
I
single
answer
time?
your question.
Well,
It
you're
was
not
your
answering the question, which is the
I'm
problem.
answering it. So first of all, your loaded presupposition there is nobody said that we even have enough food right now for the entirety of the
We do.
population. You just
We do. We absolutely do. Isaac Bashevis Singer in his book was smarter than Andrew here. The fictional character in his book was smarter. We already have enough food for everybody. We know this, of course. This is... No, this is brain rot. We do, in fact, have enough food to feed everybody. We could end starvation. Of course.
just smuggled that in.
No, we
but
did.
This is just ridiculous. What do you mean smuggle that in?
second,
I think you said
it's
that
the
earlier, didn't you?
ginormous cost of human labor, which is what allows that food to go all over the world. The United States, for instance, massive exporter of food. We are an importer of food as well. Other nations are, but it's due to the fact that we can export and import. You can get things like salt and
What does this
pepper and
have
all
to
of these
do
other
with-
different things.
I don't know.
How do you think salt mines work? How do you think
So
food is
wait, hold on.
gathered?
We already have food. You're arguing that we need 30 billion people on Earth in order to get things that we already
Well, we
have.
would at least need to sustain the current population.
We can. We have enough to.
Well,
Yeah.
then why is the birth rate going down, genius?
What? I'm
How are you
sorry.
gonna
Wait.
What does the birth rate going down have to do with world hunger? How about let's end world starvation first? Which would, by the way, as a side effect, also raise the birth rate. Because a lot of people are dying of starvation at like infant age as well. While we're at it.
Sustain it.
so
If
wait,
your argument is
Andrew,
birth rate
Andrew,
goes
I
down,
sincerely
then-
want to know what on God's green earth are you arguing right now? I genuinely have no idea what point you're trying to make.
You said to me, why
We
is it that
already
we should
have the
keep it
things you're
sustained?
talking about.
So I tell you why we should keep it sustained. You say we have enough workers and food right now. However, if the birth rate's too low and the population goes down, we won't have
population is
those
going
workers,
up.
right?
The population is currently increasing.
And it's hang on, and it's slated to do what soon? Go which way?
The
Up or
birth rate,
down?
some people say that it's going to decrease, which would happen.
Vaush's exact
Andrew,
words.
you're
We can-
saying
we
all
can
of this
sustain
needs to
right
be
this-
done.
stop
You are
cutting me
saying-
off, Vaush.
Andrew,
Let me finish, and then you can talk.
You cut me off. You're saying that
Okay,
all of this
you tell me
needs
when
to be done.
you give me the signal for when you're done talking,
Okay.
and then I will go ahead and refute what you're
all
saying.
right, it will be a while.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Are we back? My internet died for a second. Are we back? Are you here? Are we back? Internet dropped temporarily. Yes. That's right. Ah, okay. All right. You have to refresh. Wait, what do you mean refresh your video? So we're back, right? You can hear me, right? You can hear me okay, right? Can you hear me? Say yes. Say yes if you can hear me. I was like, oh my gosh. Test. Test. Gotcha, I would not note that I was arguing from the perspective of energy itself definitionally them to demonstrate why its logic is internally considered, but thanks to the definitions, it's helped me better grasp the terms. Okay. Okay, so you can, yeah, we're back. Okay, I can unpause Vaush. I can unpause Vaush now for your pleasure.
So you're saying all of this needs to be done to avoid the problems associated.
Streaming's behind? What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean stream is behind? I don't understand. I don't understand what that means. Oh my god. Coming in loud and clear. That's good. Okay, let's continue. I got a cough. Maybe I think we're back. Oh, that's because the internet died. So unfortunately, it usually affects the chat in a negative way.
Associated with population decrease, but that would also happen even if we hit the maximum carrying capacity of the planet, because population fluctuations are an inevitable part of all human civilization, depending on a variety of internal factors. So we would never even be fully rid of the problem of the population occasionally decreasing. That's one. For two, you've made the argument that we need more people to feed more people. This makes absolutely no sense. We have enough resources on the planet as it is, and we're going to run into more resource issues the more people we have. Because in addition to climate change literally eating up millions and millions of square miles of like arable population-filled land, we also have the broader problem that these are not like problems we need to solve right now. We already have the resources necessary to feed as many people as we want.
Yeah, there seems to be some delay in the time a comment is left on the site and shows up on your screen. There's only one way we can fix that, you know? I can finish this stream and start a new one. Press 1 if you want me to finish this and start a new one, and press 2 if the delay is not that troublesome. I mean, I think the only way is for us to restart. That's the only way. Because the internet dying just messes up stuff. It just messes up with the whole thing. So we literally we would need to just restart. So delay or restart stream. I love it was discovering modern farming stuff. So press 1 if you want us to continue as is. Press 2 if you want us to restart. You can just refresh OBS chat. I'm not sure if it's the
within
problem.
our own.
I'm not sure if it's the problem with OBS chat. I think it's the problem with I think it's the problem with how the okay, I can try to refresh the chats, but I think it's the problem with YouTube stream. Okay, we can test. We can try. I'm gonna try to refresh both chats. Or we could try guess to what we try guess as to what under arguments will be before he says them. That way the context of the comments will be maintained in the VOD. True. Now the YouTube chat is just gone. It just doesn't appear anymore. Okay, so let's test it. Write and tell me how big the delay is. I tried refreshing them in the OBS, so write something and see.
Population. If you want to increase the population, again, this isn't like a policy first issue. If you want, there are policies that you can promote, and if people are happy and feel like they can, maybe they can have more children. But the idea of like, we need to drop everything right now and change everything. No. Wait, I said I'd tell you. The idea that we need to drop all sensible policymaking and forget about socioeconomics as a concept just so we can pursue this arbitrary goal of inflating the population, creating, by the way, massive resource conflicts, because quadrupling the human population within a century or two would inevitably lead to massive conflict, because those gains would not be distributed evenly across populations, people with different territories that wouldn't be fully settled. So we're causing all these problems for what? If you want to ban abortion, just say ban abortion. Like, don't... It's like
already
earlier,
have. Well, but now back to my argument.
No, wait. I didn't say. Wait. You said.
But you also agree that the population is slated to go significantly down by the birth rate. You know this. You've conceded that it's true. These two things cannot make sense together. You can't say, why are you advocating a pro-natalist policy when we already have all the people that are required in order to deliver all this food?
There will always be population
in the future, don't cut me off. Didn't cut you off.
You did.
In the future, we're not going to have this population. We can see it in all the trends, including the UN forecast. That's why we...
Well, maybe if we fixed world hunger, we wouldn't have so many children dying of hunger. Then we'd have a bigger population. You'd get what you want. We'd all get what we want. We would solve hunger, and we would actually get a boost in population as a result. Believe it or not, because less people would die. He said the word natalist so many times.
We need a pro-natalist policy, and you, the materialist, is still arguing against it, even knowing that that's true.
Well, I don't think you have pro-natalist positions. I think that what you're talking about would actually wreak devastation and mass death on an unprecedented scale. But thankfully, it doesn't matter, because what you're saying is gobbledygook. It's nonsense. The idea of like, what's my first policy position? Make more babies. How about this? Take an average American man, good old earnest man, okay? How are your policies going to make his life better, okay? We're talking about a voter, a good old boy. How is he benefiting from this scheme to, if we had 30 billion people, then we could feed 30 billion people?
That was not my scheme. You just, again, one more time, you're completely miscarrying.
Africa is set up to surpass Asia in total population by the end of the century, despite declining birth rates. I think that scares Andrew. True. And a lot of hunger happens in Africa as well, from what I know. Czerń. I think I would rather perish than see the world. True. Thanks for the info. Oh, my pleasure.
Characterizing and strawmanning my position. I never made the affirmative statement that we needed 30 billion people on planet Earth. You just made the thing. You made it up out of the blue so that you could argue with a straw man. It's bad faith tactics, by the way, Vaush, but they won't work.
You aren't making any affirmative statements.
So again, I'll go ahead and make the affirmative statement for the policies that I would want to see.
You're talking to an average
I would absolutely be against abortion. That would be a number one, and that would be a pro-natalist policy, not an anti-natalist policy. You haven't made an argument for how that would be anti-natalist. That's insane. And then how this would benefit Streamline America is we need to have workers ourselves here. We need to have a replacement rate for our own population in order to sustain itself. Other populations which we recruit immigrants from, they're also in free fall collapse. You cannot, and you might take issue with the language, but they're in at least a birth rate collapse. You can't endlessly take from other populations which are also in collapse. This is a serious and significant global problem that needs to be addressed. It's beneficial to everybody to address it. Also, if you just
then again, help with the world hunger. That would actually help the problem significantly. Welcome back, Fake Alec Cal Parker. We had to restart stream.
Looking at the simple metrics for women, women are happier with children. Across the board, this is true. They are happier and report their happiness level as being higher with children. There's no study that shows otherwise.
Is that a causative
again,
bit of research there, or is it just women with children tend to be happier? Is it causative or correlative? Do you know the difference between the two?
yeah. But what are
Okay.
you talking about?
Is it causative or correlative?
In this particular case, according to Pew, anyway, it looks like it's both.
It's
Positive and
it's
there's a
both.
correlation
Okay, can
there.
you tell me what the difference is between a causative and a correlative?
Yeah, one causes and one's a correlatory. There's lots of correlatories, but correlatories can be part of a cause too, Vaush.
Okay, so what in the study indicates that they, in Pew Research polling, this is extraordinary. I've never heard that Pew Research
Because
polling
they ask
does
them,
causative-
before you had kids, were you happy? And they went, no. And then they said, well, after you had the kids, were you happier? And it wasn't due to the
That's
kids.
correlation. Is your race realist? Who knows with people like this? Like their name is Big Papa Fascist. Okay, well, I just found a study that says women are happier without children or a spouse. I mean, you're free to pursue your career. Alex Luca is in the 6th plane.
Kids, and they said yes. That's how.
Okay, so quick question. Do you think it might be beneficial to the happiness of those mothers that they actually chose to have those kids? Like, do you think that a mother who was forced to have a child might be less happy with that child because the abortion was outlawed?
Well, that's not
True.
force.
That is forced to have a child. Right now,
No, that's
a
not
mother
force.
can choose to
It
stop
is.
complaining
Literally.
about the framing. Do you not understand
Then
how
stop
being
lying
forced to
about
have
the
a
framing.
child...
It's not force.
Please, I
Tell me
can't-
how it's
I'm
forced.
sorry. Listen, I live in a world of facts and not feelings, and
The framing is real. Yeah, it is forcing. That's a lot of correlationness. Hello. Hello, Titan Uranus. Hello, hello. Alex right now. I cannot believe this.
The idea
Yeah.
that the state preventing a woman from having an abortion is not forcing them to have the child is just lunacy. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I don't subscribe
agreed.
to your feminine Christian
Well,
delusions.
then you need to explain how it is.
No, because
that it's force.
it's a reframing because you want to argue about abortion, and the God's honest truth is that I just don't care what your opinion is on it. I want you to answer the question.
True.
Do you
I already answered your
understand
question. It's not force. So
how
I
a
reject
woman?
the premise.
That's not the question. Do
I
you
also don't care about his opinion, so that's lucky.
not
for us.
understand how a
Oh.
woman who has been forced
Mhm.
to have a child, as opposed to choosing to have a child,
Mhm.
might be less happy with having that child.
I've already answered this twice. It's not force.
That's not answering the question. That's,
Yeah, it is
that's
answering the
taking
question.
issue with
It's
the
not
framing. That's not.
Okay, if it's not, then
You literally can't. The fact that you wait.
When the moderator talks, just everyone be quiet. I'm just going to
Go right ahead, Alex.
So the actual question, you don't like his framing of using the word force, which is fine. But the point Vaush is trying to make, don't you feel that babies whose parents didn't really want to have them are going to be more suboptimal to parents whose babies did want to have them? That's actually a larger point. That's the question he's trying to ask you.
Okay,
Now,
if you're
I mean, I
making
agree
the
with Vaush
correlatory
here. I
there
don't
that
care about his
there could
position on
be
abortion
some
either.
increase in women who are unhappy because they weren't allowed to have an abortion, I can accept that framing.
That was the question that
sure.
I asked. Yes.
Yeah, sure, I can accept that, but who cares?
Oh, well, I
It's
thought...
it's
well,
tangential.
that's interesting, because this whole time you've been disingenuously pretending you care about increasing the happiness of women, and now we get that. So, yeah. I
it's
mean,
tangential.
That's my point. I know you don't care about the happiness of the people
True.
involved. You just want Christian nationalism because it's the preferred brand of fascism you
No, I'm saying
subscribe
that
to.
this particular argument is tangential.
Now
Whatever
we're getting to the
it would
fascism
be
debate.
for a reduction in happiness would be negligible in comparison to what society gains by outlawing
Oh,
abortion.
wait, compared to what society gains. Oh, so
Yeah.
you were not actually talking about
Christian
individual...
ethics is a holistic approach to
You
society.
open
just so
this
you know.
whole thing by talking about what would make people happier, and now when we're on a topic that, well, you're like, oh, well, actually, it would make people less happy, but who cares? Society would gain.
Yeah, I'm not a utilitarian.
So,
Happiness is
what-
not my ultimate
what you are-
anything.
what you
That's
are
part
then-
of your worldview.
What you are then is a liar, because initially you framed this as a way of increasing people's happiness. What can we do to make people happier? Well, I
No,
think they should have more
no,
children.
no. That's
And
ridiculous.
then
Me
when it's like-
saying-
and
me
then-
saying
whoa,
that this
whoa,
is
whoa,
an
hold on,
added
wait,
benefit-
hold on, calm down. It's fine. And then when you're
It's
like,
an added
and
benefit,
then,
Vaush.
and then when after much prying, you acknowledge that there is an element of forcing
Uh-oh.
birth that would make people less happy. You're
No,
like,
there's no element of forcing birth.
You're like, well, actually, I didn't really care about that. I know. This is why your ethics are ungrounded. Your axioms
No, my ethics
floating
are the
up in
only ones
air,
which are
untethered.
grounded. Tell me, what's a
Big Papa Fascist and his grounded axioms. I think Andrew's taking debate notes from Cynthia, but is not as good at this as Cynthia. Who is Cynthia? Also, hello again, Titan. Uranus. The life of an unwanted child is not a good one. No, it's not. What is a higher ideal than general human happiness exactly? Well, in fascist view, society is basically a collection of machines, humans, and effectiveness is basically the main sort of, that's the main criteria. Effectiveness.
Util?
What? Hold on. What do you want to maximize for?
I'm not a utilitarian.
So wait, what do you want?
For me, for Christian ethics, that would be a sequence of duties. Sequence of duties and overlap in virtues.
Okay, and making people happy is not one of those duties and virtues?
I just said there's overlap.
Overlap. Okay, so what are they?
Like
just
all
out of
ethical systems
curiosity.
have overlap. Like a utilitarian such as you, there's overlap with duty, correct?
It's not a matter of overlapping. Making
No,
people
it's a matter of
happy is an
overlap.
axiomatic value.
Wait. It's an axiomatic value that there's no duty for utilitarianism?
I don't know what you're referring to when you talk about duty. Utilitarianism isn't very purgatory when it comes to stuff like that. Duty, it's about
It's
maximizing
not.
for
Then tell me
certain
what a util
axiomatic-
is. Then tell me what a util is.
It's about maximizing for the values that you have an axiomatic preference towards.
And do
So
people have a duty? Do people have a duty to fulfill those utils?
That's a very complicated question. I don't know why
Yeah,
you're all of a
because you
sudden
can't
talking
answer the
about...
question, can
Well,
you?
It's philosophy. There's not exactly a
Oh
right...
my god, Sisi's socialist debate person. She is a similar style to what Andrew is attempting to employ here. She is also an in-house debater on Andrew's platform. I see. Is Synth a socialist or a Marxist-Leninist? Duty, poopy butt. The question doesn't make sense. Duty. Call of Duty. The Call of Duty.
The wrong answer. You have beliefs on
There's
that.
no duty to fulfill your utils, Vaush?
Well, it really genuinely depends. Yeah. Could you dedicate 19 hours of your day every single day to converting one single person and saving them from the fires of hell? You could. That might, in fact, be a responsibility, depending on your sect of Christianity, to save those from oblivion, from whether or not you believe in purgatory or damnation or whatever.
Yeah, so is there a duty for people to enforce utils? Now, you're avoiding my question.
No,
right, Alex?
wait. I asked you a question.
Yes, Cynthia is an actual socialist. She has some cringe takes, but she's generally okay. She has some really classic. Okay, that's nice. We could actually take a look at one of her debates one day.
What
And
do you
I asked
want?
you one. I answered yours and asked
No,
you
no,
one.
no.
I answer mine.
What do you
you
want?
have a duty? You said there's no overlap. There's no
I don't know what you
overlap is
mean
just
by
silly
overlap.
to say. Is there overlap with duties in utilitarianism or not, Vaush?
I don't understand what you're asking. What time is the plane? The question that you're asking.
No, I'm
is
asking
confusing.
you if you believe that the thing people should do should maximize utility, do they have a duty then to maximize utility or not?
That really depends on which subset of utilitarian ethics you
That
subscribe
depends
to.
on what you mean by the thing you're asking me.
it
That
is-
I asked you to
so-
explain what you
so
mean.
If you asked, so let me explain to you what
She
the
sounds
concept of
so
ethics is.
lost.
If you
I
ask me
swear.
how I root my ethics and what I think people should do, I can answer that. I don't know why you screeching about duty and overlap. I don't.
Then root
I
your
don't-
ethics.
I don't think you know what these terms mean in the context
Oh no, I know
of
what they
I
mean. Root
believe.
your ethics.
The plane is very soon. Pierre Menard, I watched this already, so it's an extra treat to see you on Lucy's stream. Thank you, Pierre. Oh, are you here for the first time, or I'm not sure if I remember you. You have a very distinct name. You should join the page. Just in case. Takes the cringe off slightly. Oh. So I will ask you how you found the stream, just in case. If I don't remember you and you were here before, then I sincerely apologize. But you do have a very distinct name. Okay, let's continue.
So
For me then,
hold
ground
on.
on.
I can't let you run away from what I asked you. What
Mhm.
do you want? What outcomes do you want?
I don't. I've already told you that my worldview is not based solely on outcomes. That would
What
be
is it?
utility and consequentialism.
There's a highly masculine logic here. It's my ethics are not tied to reality. So
What do you mean they're not tied to reality? I said they're not solely tied to outcomes.
So what are you trying?
So here's an
do?
example of this. I'll give you an example
so
that you understand.
It's
and you're going to answer my question.
That you don't have an answer.
Hey,
what
Vaush, I just answered yours. Vaush, I'll ask you this directly. Is it immoral?
I'm asking you a question.
Is it immoral for somebody
I need your
to
answer.
have sex with a dead body? Is that immoral to do?
Do you think it is?
So, how did we get here? How did we get to time itself? The plane of existence upon which the material exists is subject to time, whereas the metaphysical embodiment of a concept is the infinite, is beyond time. Such a desolate existence to believe the point of all life is service and obligation. So Andrew hates actually describing his beliefs. I mean, technically speaking, if you want to go into it, you could very well say that you have a duty to sort of try to fulfill your axiomatic beliefs to the best of your ability. Like if you want to maximize happiness, I guess you could treat it as your duty to do your best to always maximize happiness whenever you can. But I guess that's a little bit different from what Andrew here is preaching. You know? Your duty is to work, to fit the mold, to procreate, and force everyone else to their duty. Like, I mean, in a way, the anarchist girl from the book was speaking of duty a bit, you know? When she said, to me, being an anarchist is the highest responsibility to the ones that I love and to my fellow humans, because to us anarchists, every human is a sibling. So I guess that's sort of like a duty, quote unquote, to your fellow human beings, you know? To, well, maximize their happiness. You know? How can you speak of duty without speaking of outcomes? That is my questions. If you have a duty, then that means you're sort of treating your thing as a duty to a certain outcome, no? You cannot have duty unless it's a duty to a certain outcome. Isn't Andrew about to be pro-necrophilia because what the people can still have? Oh my god. I don't know. Am I wrong about this?
Yes.
Okay, so explain to me why.
I think you have a duty not to do so.
Okay, where does that duty come from?
It's divine command. Now back to where I was.
So, wait, hold on.
You need to answer.
I
just answered four of your questions.
Hold on.
Answer mine.
No. You haven't. You keep running away from them.
And answer. Is it immoral or not?
You've heard questions.
Andrew did answer your question on this one, so I do think
answer mine. Is it immoral to have sex with a dead body or not, Vaush?
Yeah, probably shouldn't do that. Seems bad.
Okay, why?
Because I think that if nothing else, like leaving aside the biological answers for that, I think we have very strong cultural precepts of right for the dead. I think that this is really like touchy ground because rights of the dead is complicated because they're not like living people. But there are things even in a utilitarian framework where you can acknowledge that there is a kind of broader cultural respect that we have for subjects that go outside the purview of pure human behavior. So
last question, and then I'll answer.
Well, I just want to know what you want.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I just want to know this.
But then it's like it doesn't matter.
If all things were equal, and a person having sex with a dead body did not negatively affect anybody through utility, there was no negative utils that you could point to, would you be for it?
Why do those fasci types always go to weird stuff like having sex with corpses? Why?
I wouldn't be for
Would
it.
You allow people to do it?
Would I allow people to? I think it is unethical in that context still because of rule utilitarianism. Now, if you could stop projecting your kink onto the discussion, I would like.
Why would this be against rule utilitarianism?
That's bizarre. I can't explain all ethical philosophy to you because rule utilitarianism.
I know what a rule utilitarian is. So
then why are you asking me?
Because a rule utilitarian would still have to follow utils. In this particular case, at all thing equal, there is no there is no negative utils which are applied, your answer should be, as a utilitarian, to say that that's fine. I don't see how you could get away
because
with
the point of
regardless of rule
otherwise
utilitarianism.
everything would just be act utilitarianism. The point of rule utilitarianism is that you have sort of social boundaries and guidelines and ethical expectations that exceed individual assessments of the utility.
Unless they give because those give negative utils.
so
So that's why I said all things equal, there's no negative utils.
So I can't explain if you don't understand. Okay, here's a good example, okay? Imagine, so it is unethical to punch somebody, like out of nowhere. That's generally not good. You shouldn't do that. However, imagine a person had like divine precog, and they could know for an absolute fact that if they punch this one random dude on the street, it will actually be good for them. Because when they go to the hospital for their broken nose, it'll be discovered that they have a relatively benign brain cancer tumor. So in reality, punching them will be a way to help them get treatment early and will actually save 30 years of their life. Now, even under those circumstances, if we could know for an absolute fact that the consequence of punching that person would be morally good, I still think it would be morally right for them to be arrested.
And the reason
for
you
assault.
think that is because there would be societal negative utils. So that's why I said all things equal, there's no societal negative utils. Why would it not be okay from your worldview for people to have sex with dead bodies?
If you are detaching this from ethics so much to the point where even rule utilitarianism doesn't have any consideration, you might as well be asking if it's ethical to f a corpse in a dream. Like you're asking about something that can't happen in reality. In reality, the consequences of rule utilitarian analysis would always apply because you're always subject to the broader.
Do you know what a hypothetical is? A hypothetical is not designed necessarily to be mapped on reality.
This. Can you please just tell me what outcomes or what anything you want to do?
And they're still they still have not argued about fascism. Andrew is about to get really angry about being called a fascist.
To reality. Please.
I've already told you multiple times. First thing I would do is stop abortion. Second thing I would do is put a halt on underage people being able to be allowed to have unfettered access to pornography.
Okay, thank
on
you.
The
so
internet.
wait. The ethics I wanted to know. So you said divine
this would be
theory.
Christian ethics. Christian ethics.
Okay, Christian.
Do you need me to break those down for you?
So yes, please. I want to know.
Christian ethics being against child exploitation. Hardly.
Oh, what you're trying to do here. So Christian ethics.
So Christian ethics work around virtues and they work around duties.
Okay, virtue ethics.
Okay, to be totally fair, not Christian ethics per se. I guess I'm talking about specifically the Catholic Church. I guess that is a bit unfair of me. Not Christian ethics per se.
Overlap with outcomes sometimes because duties sometimes lead to outcomes which can be negative, and so you adjust duties accordingly.
What tells you what a duty is?
This is divine command for us Christians.
Yeah, so what tells you? How do you know?
We would know this through church authority.
Through church authority.
Yes.
So just any old pastor, like your whole ethical system would change?
No, churches are a whole holistic system. There's only two churches which exist, the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church. There's a series of
Wait, are you Catholic or Orthodox, out of curiosity?
I'm Orthodox. There's a series.
Yeah, I'm sure. Wait, when did you convert?
2 years ago.
Oh, I bet. I'm sure. Okay, right.
What does this have to do with anything? Do you have a refutation or not?
A refutation of what argument, of what logic?
That there's only two holistic churches.
Yeah, I'd say that there are like a million Protestant churches, yeah.
How can a Protestant church operate as a holistic church if they don't recognize church authority?
What is that? They are their church authority. That's the point.
They can't be their church authority because they believe in sola scriptura. They get all of their ethical commands through the Bible.
Oh boy.
Alone.
Okay, so hold on really quick. So do you think, hold on, which is correct then, the Catholic or the Orthodox church authority?
The Orthodox church authority is correct, yeah.
Okay, so not the Catholic. So
even the Catholics recognize that the church authority of the Orthodox is also correct.
Okay, so you agree then with the precepts of the current Pope and all the statements that he's made?
No.
That's because you used to have one church and then there was a schism. That's all.
They agree with us. We don't agree with them.
Whoa, hold on. He was chosen by God, was he not?
No.
Then where in the Orthodox Church?
One more time. You're not listening, so just listen, and you'll get this. The Catholics agree with us in our church doctrine. We don't agree with theirs.
So your doctrines are different.
Yes, we don't have popes.
Then
but they
agree with yours.
concede that we have correct theology and church authority. Yes.
Even though you disagree with them. How does that work?
We don't agree with them. They agree with us. I just said this 4 times.
So right, you've said it, but it doesn't make sense.
Are you, bro?
If they think that
Guys, I would generally like to avoid.
I want to know, like,
religion.
this is like
I just said
completely
this 4
incoherent.
times.
So you've said it, but it doesn't make sense. So I'm asking.
How does
you
it
to
not
help
make
me.
sense?
I'm trying to explain to you.
Vaush agrees with me, but I don't agree with Vaush. What's wrong with that statement, Vaush?
So considering the fact that church.
What makes church authority determining factor in a given denomination? There are other denominations of Christianity that predate the Orthodox split, which are neither Catholic nor Orthodox. Yeah, correct. Correct. Of course. Like, it's silly to say that some particular church in Christianity has the bigger authority. The only authority that the Catholic and Orthodox churches can claim is that of size, I guess. There are over 45,000 sects of Christianity, and one is which has some conflict of belief. Yeah. Like, I guess they're sort of, I don't know. Their claim to fame is that they're big and have influence. That's it. Let's just agree Andrew is dumb and where's there true.
Churches and
No. What's wrong with that statement, Vaush?
Trying to
answer my question,
Andrew,
Vaush. Stop pivoting from every question I ask you. I just answered all of yours.
Come on. If you get so triggered, we can't even talk. There's no point in talking.
Bro,
right?
you just pivot.
We finally
Stop pivoting.
after
Wait,
years.
Stop pivoting.
Let him finish answering. Let him
Why won't he
finish
answer? You won't enforce him answering mine. Only me answering his.
It's
so
hysteria.
force him answering mine now.
Hang on. I literally did that like 10
I just want to
minutes
ask
ago.
a question. I just have innocent.
Let's just let him ask his question. I promise you. After that, if he doesn't answer your question, I will force that as well.
Ask Vaush. Why does it make no sense?
Sure. Yeah. Because churches, and I know this for a fact with the Catholic Church, not only are there like different groups of the Catholics, right? It's not just one group, and there are groups of the Catholics who don't agree with the Pope and this, that, the other. But also, considering the fact that churches tend to have pretty holistic worldviews when it comes to all of the precepts of their religious text and authority and all the ways in which they should act and all their ethical precepts, the idea that the Catholic Church could just wholesale endorse the Orthodox Church while the other way around doesn't really work. If the Orthodox Church believes things that are contradictory to the Catholic Church couldn't endorse those contradictory practices. That doesn't help me understand. I'm curious.
They agree with us
on what,
and they agree with our doctrine. We do not agree with their doctrine. So it's like Vaush saying, "I agree with everything Andrew says." Okay, but I'm still going to live my life and
I would never say that
differently than how Andrew does. Okay,
what do you disagree
you can
with
still
the Catholics on?
both of these things can be true at the same time without any problem. Now back to my question.
Wait, what do you disagree with?
Now
the
it's my
Catholics
now it's my turn.
I just want to know. I've never
yours.
talked to a member of the Orthodoxy before.
I just answered your question. Now,
Vaush, let him ask the question.
I have to catch up on my religious history before I can challenge these big brain points. But
yeah,
go
so
ahead.
Now, kind of back to my question. What? Yes, there's only 2 churches which have actual holistic views. So Protestants, generally speaking, do not, and they actually concede that they don't because they can't. Now, when you're talking about Christian nationalism in and of itself, of course, I would always advocate for my church to be the church that was, cooperating with the government, or even in some cases being the government if necessary. But
no, oh my God, that would be awful. No, church and the state should be absolutely separate. Never, no. Well, this guy sounds like Darth Dawkins. Even I recognize that name. Oh my God. If you're ever in a debate with a Christian and they raise a point like church authority and say they're only Catholic and Orthodox raise the split over whether Jesus of Nazareth is of homoousios or homoousios substance. Interesting.
You yourself would advocate for the same thing with your communism. You don't want MAGA communism. You don't want tanky communism.
Communism is not a religion, for one. No, there should be a very clear cut state, religion. No intermixing, no synergy, no religious institutions being the government. That is that is horrible.
Communism.
What
You want
question are you
Vaush
answering?
brand. You want Vaush brand communism. So the criticism applies
Vaush?
to you as much as it applies to me.
What?
Andrew, is there
that
a
makes
question
no
there though?
sense.
I have no
Or
idea
you-
what he was responding to
Well,
there.
okay.
That
So
is-
the question
that
becomes:
makes
is
no
not is that
sense.
not true?
Okay.
What's
Different
not
people
true?
have different ideas. Yes, I've noticed that happens sometimes in my day-to-day
Yeah.
life.
So you would advocate for your brand of this. So whatever criticism you want to give me for the fact that there's tons of sects of
That makes
Christianity,
no-
this also is true of communism. You have to contend with that as much as I do.
Well, there
Okay.
aren't any sects of communism. There are different ideas, sure. But I guess like my curiosity would be,
What do you mean they're not sects? What's a sect?
I think that sect is a religious term, is it not? Does it just refer broadly to like different groups of people?
True,
Because if
it
that's the
is.
case, sure, there are plenty of sects of communism.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I assumed it was like a
Okay.
religious connotation. I don't know what this was in response to. I guess the issue is that I still have no idea what your like fundamental ethical basis is. I think that the human.
What is Christian? Then tell me what Christian ethics are.
How the should I know? All of you have
Well, I
different
just
ideas. You're all
explained them
like
to you.
completely incoherent every time I talk to a Christian. So I have no idea. I will never know. I don't think. I asked you and you got mad at me. So I feel like
No, I
not
didn't get
only
mad at you. I explained them to you.
So okay, where does your divine command theory come from?
God.
Okay, how do you know your God is the correct one?
Well, regardless, even if I was wrong, let's just assume for a second I was completely wrong and my God was not the correct one. This really doesn't change the question of Christian nationalism and whether I think
It
that
does
both the
quite a
results
bit.
and the things that I want to see in society would be correct. So
What?
regardless of even if all of the beliefs from which I derive divine command would be false, the integration with the state would still be what I would advocate for, just like you, the communist. Even if your beliefs are fundamentally
What? That makes no sense. That is just gibberish. People want to implement communism for specific goals. And he just said whether or not my God is real. That's
false based on nothing more than your ideas. You still want to integrate them and see them in society. So we're not here to have a religious debate over whether God is real. We're here to have a debate over whether or not Christian nationalism is something.
But your Christian nationalism is based on your belief in God. So if the God is not real, a lot of what you take for granted is also not real. Sect is also almost exclusively used in religion, but can also be a radical or dangerous minority political or philosophical group. Okay.
Something that can even be done. I propose that it is,
That
and I
is just
propose that
silly
the
what
ideas
he's
are
saying,
better
in my
than your
opinion.
communist outlook, which we're much closer to than we are a Christian outlook.
God willing, inshallah. Yes, of course. So again, how do you know that your God is real? Like, how do you know that you have the right set of moral precepts?
Why does that? What is that? If you can tell me what this has to do with the topic of the debate, I'll engage with it.
Oh, I don't
It's-
know. With your whole philosophical and moral framework?
Literally the foundational position of your entire ethical system.
Okay, well
True.
then, how do you know communism is true?
Okay, sure. I mean, we can talk about my ethical system. So
It's not. Communism is not a faith-based system. It's based on. Okay, that.
as a utilitarian, I believe in maximizing a set of axioms that I've arbitrarily determined to be things that I prioritize.
it.
I think that you could use
So
a
you don't know it's
democratic-
true.
I don't think you can make metaphysical assessments. to
Well,
that
then,
effect.
then why are you asking me what's
because
true? Who
because
gives a
I'm
shit?
not making
Okay, I'm gonna make it as. I'm gonna make it as easy as possible. I like it when people feel good. I know that currently people don't feel good. So I want to implement a system where people will feel good. That is socialism. I don't have, it's not a matter of believing if it's real. I already know that people are being abused and are being exploited. It's not a matter of belief, and I want to change that. What part of that is a matter of belief? My goodness, I don't know. How can you even compare these things? Oh, thank you for your vote.
a determinative statement about my metaphysical
Is any
beliefs.
can
and
you
are.
okay? Is anything ever true?
No, wait, hold. Well, I mean, that really depends on what you mean by true. But you're the one
Well,
making.
so can
you're
you know
making
objective truths? Can you know something is 100% true? Can you know that?
It really depends on the definitions. You'd have to define all of your terms. But also, you're the one. The legitimacy of your claims sort of rests upon the idea that your moral beliefs, your duties, your precepts, your obligations, or whatever, are ones that I should respect. Whereas my axioms are things like human happiness, which I challenge you. If you don't respect things like human happiness, I would argue that you don't even have a right to be dictating policy for anybody because you
Based
are
on what?
anti-human.
You just said that your system is arbitrary. So why should I respect an arbitrary system that doesn't even claim to have any sort of command other than what you come up with out of your own brain as a preference?
This is like you getting upset with somebody else because you're arguing that their decisions aren't even made by the invisible friend that you have. Like, this isn't a battle that
who are your decisions made by? You?
So, do you believe that human happiness is a worthwhile goal in terms of maximization?
I think that happiness is something that should be adjusted for, but it's not the primary duty of people to make other people happy.
Adjusted for. Okay. So do you think that a world in which people are happier is a better world than a world in which people are less happy?
Let me see.
All other things being equal.
If all things were equal, I would say that if you had a happier population, that would be better than not having a happier population. Yes, than a less happy population with all things equal. Now, let me ask that question back to you. Okay, if all things were equal and people prospered, but they were less happy than a nation that prospered less and that nation was happier, which nation would you prefer to prosper? Which one would you prefer to live in?
The happier one. Because you measure prosperity and happiness, no?
What do you mean by prosper?
So their health is better, their dynamics are better, almost everything is better.
Dynamics.
They're just a little bit less happy than the other nation.
A little bit less happy?
Yeah, just a little bit less.
Well, I feel like those things would kind of be factored into the happiness. But if you're arguing like...
That is a very weird, and I'm gonna be honest, very unrealistic hypothetical.
People are
I just said all
happier.
things equal, Vaush. I answered your question in good faith, answered mine in good faith. If all things are equal...
This is a really stupid hypothetical.
One population is just slightly less happy.
How much is slightly?
But the other population, by every other metric, is doing better than the population that's just slightly less happy.
That's not all other things.
Wait. Doing better slightly as well, or a lot?
Is your moral imperative to go to the population which is less happy?
You can't.
Yeah,
it's
into the hypothetical. All things equal.
You can't say all things equal and then say every other thing is different.
You can't.
All things equal, but it's different. All things are better. Also, all things are equal. I don't know. It's just so stupid. Although my hair is ridiculously thick. I mean, like, my hair is ridiculously thin. So yeah, my hair is ridiculously thin.
Can't ask me the same question.
Wait, hold on. I'm answering your question. I'm just
this
saying
is
you
the most
misused
bad
the term.
faith debate tactics I've ever seen.
Oh my god, I'm answering your question. You're so like right off the cuff. You're so ready to be triggered.
Then do it.
I was
Then
just
answer
I
it.
was just pointing out it's funny that you would say all things be equal, but then you would say
Then
okay, but
answer the
every other
question.
thing is different.
Yeah.
I guess that would. I guess I'm just struggling to imagine. But if it's like they're much healthier and more prosperous, I guess. I think it would really depend on other circumstances because there are other axiomatic values that I think you could adjust for.
So then happiness is not the primary value. So then shut up, Vaush.
No,
your argument's stupid. Your argument's stupid.
So no, it's one of them. That's why I said axioms with an S. There are multiple things that you would try to adjust.
So why tell me?
It's like listening to an SJW of 2016. But I guess Big Papa Fascist is a pretty... Shut up, Vaush. Is a pretty classical anti-SJW type.
Why tell me, Andrew, we can't accept your system because it doesn't make happiness the primary thing. And then when I give you the same exact example back, you also claim happiness can't be the primary thing.
I didn't say that.
There's multitudes of things that you have to adjust for, Vaush.
Okay, so what are the multitudes of things for you? What divine?
So I would look at virtues. I would look at duties.
What's a virtue?
I would look at outcomes. I would look at all of these as a holistic.
Outcomes is
as a holistic.
So you notice how every time I ask you for specific questions about what it is you're trying to do or what changes you're trying to make, you sort of
both duty and sort of what's the term?
General, ask you.
All of
Well,
these look at virtues. I would look at
What-
duties.
what's a virtue?
I would look
Both virtues and duties are just in service of an outcome. If you don't understand that much, then you're lost. Like, a duty in the service of nothing is meaningless. A virtue that does not serve an outcome is also meaningless. It's just empty. It's nothing. It's empty. Does that make sense? He did. And virtues or duty mean nothing if you don't have an outcome in sight. It's just empty platitude at that point. Strange how he'll just lie about the things he or Vaush just said, and I can't tell if it's deliberate or he's just a drunk of his ass. True.
look at outcomes. I would look at all of
Well,
these as a
hold on, outcomes.
holistic.
Outcomes is
As a
is my-
holistic.
so you notice how every time I ask you for specific questions about what it is you're trying to do or what changes you're trying to make,
Big
you
Papa
sort of
fascist.
generalize by waving your hands at this broad, vague, indeterminable like group of virtues that you probably don't actually subscribe
Yeah.
to or believe in. Early on in this debate, you pointed
Which
to happiness.
virtues do you think I
Early-
don't subscribe to?
You haven't
even asked me
listed
what
any,
they are.
so I can't.
You haven't
know.
even asked me what they are.
I have.
You've
I've
only
been
asked me
asking,
general
dude.
questions.
You can't be like, bro. You haven't. You didn't even ask. I've been asking
didn't.
for like half an hour for you to
No,
give me
you just
some
said give me a broad.
understanding.
You
of
say
your,
give me a broad overview, and when I do, you say
No,
Why
I'm-
didn't you give me
what-
anything more specific?
What outcome?
If
This
you
is
have
so.
a
Hang on.
specific-
To be fair, Andrew did say about banning abortion. That's one he gave, and the second one he gave is I know there was one more. It was something about.
So those are policy positions, but why is the
You asked
question?
for those too. I've answered every
I
question.
mean, I can basically say what I see to be a virtue, right? To me, a virtue is basically acting in accordance to sort of a virtue is basically acting consistently in accordance to getting closer to the outcome that you want, sort of. Does that make sense? Or am I just rambling like a mad cow or a duck?
You've had, and you've been as evasive as possible.
So why are these things virtues? What is a virtue? Give me an example. Policies to maximize what?
So, if you're talking about virtues themselves, when you were talking about virtue as morality, virtues are the building blocks of what makes a person a person. So, we're looking at the actual behaviors of the person to judge whether or not the person is moral. That would be a virtue.
Okay.
So,
like
I
what?
can give you many of those types of virtues. I think you would likely agree with them. But with the virtue in Christian ethics comes duty. So, you have a duty, for instance, to obey Lord Jesus
Right.
Christ's teachings. You have duties to do these things as well. So these things work together. The church itself has given virtue.
Yeah. Hello again. You're right, chat. Thank you. Thank you, TK. Altruism is a virtue. Patience is a virtue. Yeah, but altruism isn't the surface of spreading happiness. Patience, also, you could argue, is in the service of spreading happiness, actually. You know? Is it serious time or giggler time? It's serious time because... Okay, it's a bit of a giggler time because we're mocking Andrew here, but it's serious time because we're also discussing things. So join the page. And you should all consider donating, as always. Hell, the Ultima games. Oh my gosh.
Which are passed
Maybe we should play the Ultima games.
down
at
from
some point.
Christ Lord, who explains what these virtues are supposed to be
What?
and how you are supposed to act and behave in society and how you're supposed to act and behave towards other people or untowards to other people.
And why should we
Under
listen
your
to those?
system, why should I listen to yours? It's the same criticism
Okay, so
back.
I keep answering this, and
Yeah,
I don't
but-
think.
but-
No, please,
Yeah.
please, you can't
Okay,
keep
well,
misunderstanding
fine,
my
I'll give you the
positions.
same,
Okay,
same answer because it's
So-
axiomatic.
so that's not what I was going to say. You don't even
But that's
understand
what
this.
your answer was. Your
have
answer was
to
just that it's
earn-
axiomatic.
You have to earn the right to be blasé and dismissive about another person's ideas. You have to know what they are first. So the difference is, I don't think you can make determinative claims about the metaphysical. I think that in order to have any ethical system, you have to admit that there is a degree of arbitrarity and bias, and you have to work from that. The problem that I have with divine command theory is not that it's metaphysical in nature, because so is mine. The difference is that I acknowledge the arbitrarity, something I think everyone has to.
Why would that make it better?
So you have to let me finish, because you make it up. So it's like the difference.
So do you.
So no, there's a huge difference.
It's the same criticism applied.
No,
so
please,
do you.
Andrew, you are so ready to interrupt, okay? So there is a huge difference.
Well, otherwise you'll go on a diatribe for the next year.
You could learn from it.
Andrew
There is a huge difference
is an
between
idiot.
saying, I don't think we can make determinative metaphysical statements. However, I do think that
Is
if
that a
we
determinative statement?
Andrew,
Please.
Andrew, let's let Vaush finish his point, and then you can
Okay,
respond.
go ahead.
However, if we decide to prioritize these things, I think it's good for people. So, for example, I don't.
Well, not necessarily a middle ground. You know? Not necessarily a middle ground. I think it's best to each according to their need, okay? I'm not a big fan of the middle ground approach, personally. I think it's better to do it according to what's actually necessary, you know?
I don't think
There's
it's
a middle ground can be lacking or even bad.
possible
think.
to objectively. Yes, that's the point. The difference
great.
is I'm the one 10,000 years ago who says I don't know why the lightning strikes, and you're the one who says that it must be because the gods are angry. You make fun of me for not being willing to make a statement you can't justify, but that's your weakness and my logic. So I can acknowledge
You don't have
the
any logic.
weakness of metaphysical arguments, and I think it's a necessary presupposition when discussing ethics. Your arguments rely on a presumptive
You don't have
statement
any
about
logic,
the
Vaush.
metaphysical God that you can't justify, and that is the critical difference. If you ask
Okay.
me, how do you know that human happiness is good to prioritize for? I would answer, you know what? I don't think I can objectively prove that. I think I can
Right.
gesture at what human happiness has done for the world.
So then you have nothing.
And I think that it makes people better. I think that it improves things.
So then you.
Whereas
so I
if-
want
if-
to.
wait, please, I'm
tell you.
almost done. You keep trying to like jump in.
Okay, so when you're almost done, how much longer does
Almost
that
done.
mean?
Do you want me to give
I'll
you
give
a
him,
timer
I'll give him
or like
another
hand?
30 seconds, and then I'll let you interrupt.
Yeah. So the difference with you is that for your positions to make sense, you're referring to like the word of God. You have to explain why that should be listened to. My argument for why my axioms are relevant is to gesture at the world and say, is happiness not good? That's the most I can do. Yours is to say, well, you
Hello, and what do you mean? Iped va ust news. You're very sus.
You also can't prove your axioms, which I know. That's the point. But you have to prove yours, because otherwise you're essentially engaging in like a postmodernist defense of not believing in God while repeating his suppositions. It makes no sense.
As stated before,
My channel is beefing with a local Black Hebrew Israelite branch, which is a form of Black nationalism that is inside job. That only I get. Oh. That is quite strange, considering that people of all races can be Jewish, you know? Being Jewish is not tied to a particular race, if that makes sense. That is not how Jewishness works. Yeah, but virtues are pretty dependent on your set of beliefs, etc. There is no such thing as universal virtues. I don't think.
and you just demonstrated any criticism you move towards me is equally applied to you. You just got done stating that your system
I just
is
said you would do
arbitrary.
this.
Let me finish. That your system is arbitrary, that your system is not grounded, that you yourself and your
That is
axioms cannot be
grounded.
demonstrated, while demanding that I demonstrate mine. However, if I'm going from your worldview, which I'm just trying to do, I'm just trying to go from your worldview, the utilitarian worldview, I still can make a better case for why Christian ethics in society is far superior to your libertarian communism and have made good arguments for why that is the case, even just using birth rates, and you have refuted none of it. This is a joke. By the way, you say that you can't make a deterministic statement, which is a deterministic statement. How dumb are you, Vaush?
Again, I refer to my anecdote about 10,000 years ago watching lightning crash in the sky, where you're like, dude, yeah, I think it's the angry men in the sky. You don't even know what it is. You admit you don't know. So now you're saying that I'm wrong when I say it's angry men in the sky. It's like returning to like primeval logical fallacies. I feel like you're in, like the shadow puppets could dance on the walls in front of you, and you could like have your entire ethical system be rewritten.
Well, Vaush, do you agree with me that you would not actually have to demonstrate the existence of God in order to have a nation which was governed by a church or who had a synergistic relationship with a church, even if they couldn't prove God? Because
only if you wanted to make an
you
argument
agree to
for
that, then that has nothing to do with the debate, me proving God is real to Vaush.
If you want to make an argument for the existence of that state, then yeah, you kind of would need to, because why else would I care about the responsibilities laid out by Christ?
Why would we care about the responsibilities laid out by utilitarians, which are arbitrary and can't be demonstrated by the utilitarian's own mouth?
So again, I don't know how many times I can keep explaining this to you, but you seem to have a fundamental misunderstanding of what a prescriptive meta-ethical...
When will the fascist thing... Back to the debate. Why is Andrew a fascist? Oh, it's coming. The thing is coming. The fascist talk is coming. Japan versus United States. Andrew doesn't care about studies. Okay. That's interesting.
Statement is, you know what I think? Hold on, because this could go on forever, and like the whining of Christians is fun up to a point. I don't think you actually believe in any of this, including the religion. I think that we saw this at the very beginning of the debate, where you pretended that human happiness
nothing
was
is a
like
declarative statement is true according to you.
You really
so who
do
cares?
sound like a nagging wife, don't you? The way you keep talking over other people, but your voice will never be as deep as mine.
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
me,
hit
not
my
you.
lows. You can't hit my bass.
I have a degree in sociology.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel better?
Wait, do you have a degree?
Those are the topics of the, timestamps. I was just reading up the timestamps of this debate.
In sociology.
Are you threatened by my education? Did you know that liberals tend to be better educated?
Well, at some point, maybe you would use it to make an argument. That'd be great.
Well, it's like I'm trying to explain sociology to like a monkey, and it is true that my degree is failing me somewhat. So I can't convince you that you're meta-ethically retarded. Let me try this, okay?
That's because you don't know what
you don't know what meta-ethics are, right? I agree. So it's like you'd have to do too much work to begin with. The problem ultimately is that you don't believe in anything you're saying. If a person actually believed in Christian ethics, there are a trillion things you would care to fix about the world. The cruelty and graft and vice and sin, the hatred and misery. But you are largely fine
with this. That would require people.
Hold on.
That would require people.
Hold on.
Andrew, he made a very strong statement. Let's let him try to explain what his reasoning is. Go ahead.
See, I know Christians. A lot of my extended family are Christians.
And
good
I know
Christians
communists.
too. Oh, you literally cannot help yourself.
Go ahead, Vaush.
And a lot of them, when you talk about what is sin, what is of concern of Christ, there is so much misery in this world. But I've seen your politics, and I know what you believe, and you just believe the same shit that like regular fascists believe, more or less. Like the Christian conservatism thing is often like promoted by people with a very low investment of Christianity. It's the same way that fascists wrap themselves in the flag before making.
Now I'm a fascist.
Yeah.
Your name was Big Papa Fascist.
Yeah, but you also know that was a debate handle. That was explained to you. And
Okay,
you know
gotcha.
that it's
That
true.
was right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The Christian,
wait.
the
Can
Christian
you tell me what
nationalism-
fascist
hold on.
policies I want?
The Christian nationalism angle.
Oh,
is
no.
You
just
can't make the
another
claim I'm
way
a fascist,
of,
and you claimed I'm a
framing
fascist.
Oh
You
my
need to answer
God,
for it.
dude!
Okay, to meta-analysis, this is the moment Andrew is realizing he pissed off Vaush. He pissed off Vaush off too much to not get more clout from doing these debates. True. Oh my gosh. Okay, they're gonna discuss the fascism now. He leaves any excuse to jump topics. I mean, that is what people do when they are losing miserably in one topic and jump to the next.
Is this going to be every time I talk for more than 5 seconds? Like, I can let you talk for a
dude,
while. I admit
go back
I'm
and forth
talkative
then.
too, but like, holy shit. I don't think anyone who is genuinely motivated by the word of Christ could ever have a conversation like this and be like, oh, you know what I would change? Abortion. Like, there are so many trillions of things. A real Christian would be outraged at, like, Donald Trump's presidency, for example, because he's one of the most flagrant grifters and most openly anti-human individuals to ever occupy the office. But it's always like, oh, so what angle are you going to bring? What Christian angle are you going to bring to governance? Oh, the exact same stuff every other right-winger does, with very little emphasis on what is or isn't Christian.
So no argument.
So how
but
about
back to what I'm asking?
So
hang
how
on.
about
no.
we
How about you
away
answer now
from
for
the
your
meta-ethical,
accusation?
And
You need to answer for your accusation now that I'm a fascist.
What if we just
Can you tell me
about,
what fascist policy I
what if
endorse?
we just talked about the policies?
Real quick, Andrew,
No, he needs to answer, Alex.
Hang on. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do what you want. Do you want to move off the
Alex just
the previous
vibing, I
point?
love
Well,
it.
first I want all I'm asking Vaush to do. He made the qualifier. He claimed I was a fascist.
True.
I would like you to give me the list of fascism that you go by, and then what we'll do is we'll go one by one and see which one of us.
Oh my God. Is that actually going to happen? It's going to happen. Oh my God. It's happening. It's actually happening. No, it's happening. It's about to begin. The whole thing. Why is Andrew a fascist? It's from 120 to 140. 20 minutes. We're going to discuss why he's a fascist for 20 minutes now. Like, Alex is gonna turn green and start sprouting shoots and leaves if this keeps up. Yes, they actually debate the definition of fascism, and Andrew gets mad that Vaush can define it in one sentence. I mean, I could define it in one sentence. I don't think Andrew would like it. Okay, Andrew. This is my definition of fascism in one sentence. A fascist is someone who acts like you. One sentence. I did it. Got him. Maybe I should debate him. Yeah, and like when the host alludes to letting them go for 3 minutes without moderation intervention, which never could. Oh my gosh.
Is more fascist.
Notice how he wants to. Whoa, hold on. Notice how like he gets triggered by one.
Notice
word,
how
should I
he
say.
made an accusation and can't back it up.
He can't do it. He like in a broader point that
It
I'm
was my
making
turn to talk,
about
Vaush.
the political position
Vaush,
and
remember
what
how it was my
motivates
turn
them.
To be fair, I did let you talk for a while.
Sure, well, I'm trying to move the argument forward.
Yeah,
It's
so
all I
that's my
want to
turn.
do, and he's
Now it's
trying
my
to
turn.
dredge it in.
I know, and I'm going to move it right after we get through
This is
this. But
so
to be fair, he did
childish.
make that claim. I think
He
it's
did
only-
make the claim. So Vaush, you make the claim. and
Sure.
what you do, you
Okay.
do
Yeah.
this-
Really quick. Yeah.
Vaush,
Sure.
it's my turn,
Hey,
Vaush.
Andrew.
Vaush,
Andrew.
it's
Yes,
my
I'll
turn,
answer.
Vaush.
I'm answering. Yeah.
Let me finish my question.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Let me finish it, and then you can answer it.
This is so stupid.
So one more time, hang on,
Well said. It is quite stupid.
Vaush, you
my
often
God.
do this during debates where you make these.
I'm muting both of you. Okay. I'm sorry. I hate doing this, but okay. So, Vaush, you did make that claim. It's a pretty strong statement. So I think Andrew is within his rights to ask for clarification of why you want that. And after that, I promise you we can move the conversation forward. Okay. I'm muting both of you.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, Vaush.
Am I back?
You are back.
Yeah.
Vaush.
It's good to be back. What was the
So
wait?
why-
What was the question? Whether or not he's a fascist?
Andrew's asking, why do you think I'm a fascist? What are the things that make me a fascist?
Oh, well, literally, he called himself Big Papa Fascist. But if you want, like, an actual, like, I don't know, reasoning beliefs, I would say that being, like, a political advocate for Donald Trump with the Republican Party would count towards one. I think also, I'm pretty sure, like, I didn't expect he would, like, pretend to be offended over this, because we both know perfectly well he fits my definition. But I'm pretty sure that literally every time I've seen him make any prescriptive statement about politics, it perfectly lines up with what a fascist would believe in. So he's, like, anti-immigration. He makes statements about, like, the Western nationalism and, like, the white birth rates declining. He talks about, like, a need to get rid of degeneracy and imposition of, like, far-right conservative politics as a way of getting... So he's, like, nodding along with all this. This was just a waste of time. He just wants to, like, filibuster before we get to the actual...
Why are those fascist
oh my
policies?
God, dude. Do you want to, like,
You
get all
don't
the way
get to
back to the
pivot.
definition
What
of fascism?
I want you to do because you've done this. I've seen you do this several
How is
times.
this a
in debate.
policy?
Well, it's my
how
turn,
is this,
Vaush.
what does why
I just
mean?
let you talk, Vaush. My turn.
Really quick, Alex.
It's
was
my
it not
turn.
true
Not
that
really
after
quick.
I,
It's
Alex,
my turn.
After I answered his question, didn't we move on? Did I not just answer
No,
his
it's my
question?
turn. Vaush. It's my turn.
You let him ask 1 or 2 follow-up questions. It is a fair question because you did make a
I answered it. So those all meet my standards for when
He
I would call
doesn't
someone a
want to
fascist.
allow me to. He doesn't want me to speak.
Let's
at
let
all.
Andrew ask 1 or 2 qualifying questions, and then we can move on. I think it's only fair
Vaush,
because-
you go by a
silent.
list for what you consider to be fascist. Would you be willing to pull up that list and compare them with me 1v1 so that we can determine which of us actually follows more fascist policies than the other?
Dude, I thought the
advocates
whole
for them.
point was moving. This is like the hardest anyone has ever filibustered while talking to me. I'm sorry. In that broader point you made, you call me a fascist. Here are 17 examples of you being fascist. Can you explain to me how every single one of those is fascist? If you want to like indefinitely
Love it.
henpeck back and forth, I guess we can. But I consider this a concession on everything regarding Christianity.
I don't give a shit what
because
you consider a concession. Are
well,
you willing to do that or
certainly-
not? Just say
certainly
no. I'm
it's
not
just-
willing to do
I just
it.
think it's funny that you get very. I just said I'm
I
willing
think it's
to do
funny
it.
that you can make accusations and then you won't back them up
Like
because you're a coward.
you get really angry whenever
Yeah,
I
you're a
like
coward, bro.
whenever I
Make-
poke you. I've already
actually
Andrew, I've already
make
said I'll
the
do
argument.
it. I've already said
Then do
I'll
it.
do it.
Then do it.
Okay, so let me
Stop
finish
fucking
what I was
around
saying.
and do it. Stop being
Dude,
a wuss and do it.
He's like trying to alpha male me. He's like, after an hour and a half of being talked over, time for me to bring out my big Tate pants.
Are you gonna do it?
You want to not be a coward?
You're
Do
still
it.
not doing
Rug,
it.
For can you
You're
can
still
you, like,
evading.
project your
Gosh,
brow forward?
It is a fair qualifying question.
Well, so Alex, the problem is
Sometime today,
So,
Vaush.
so Alex, just to be
Hang on.
clear, what he's suggesting is that for every in a broader point that I was making about him not believing in Christianity, which he doesn't, he gets upset that I call him a fascist when he literally self-labeled as a fascist.
Where's that
He
list?
said, hold on. He asks, hey, can you qualify that? I then list like 12 things that I say are fascist of him, which he nods along to all
No,
of
you
them.
didn't.
And now what he's saying is, let's go over an exact 14-point definition of fascism so that on every single one we can check off every point
Oh
on
my
every
God.
claim made. Now, Alex.
And see if they apply
now,
to you.
Now, Alex, we can do this. But I did want to debate Christian nationalism, and I will admit this does just seem like a pivot away from the subject because he knows
You
got
called
blown
me the
fuck out of it.
fascist. I didn't call you anything.
You called yourself the fascist, actually, Andrew.
Okay.
No,
hang
you
on.
called me the
Hang
fascist.
on, hang on. Stop. I'm going to make a reasonable compromise.
That is actually true. He was the one that called himself a fascist, literally. Big Papa fascist.
We'll spend 2 to 3 minutes. Andrew can ask us qualifying questions. After that, we will move on the conversation. But for those 2 minutes, Vaush, I do want you to answer the questions that he asked, and then we're going to move
Oh, sure.
on
Ask
to
me direct questions, Andrew. Not like cross-checking to a list.
Where do you get your definition of fascism from?
I think that like most broader socio-political definitions, you kind of pull from a wide varieties of texts. But for the most part, I refer to Umberto Eco's 14 points.
Yes, I agree that you do, and I've seen you do it. Can you
watch my
pull up
content?
those 14 points, and we'll go through them point by point, and I will see if they apply more to you or more to me.
Do you think we can do that in the remaining 1 to 2 minutes that was allotted
Let's
for
just
this
pick.
topic?
You know what? Just pick your favorite 2.
My favorite 2.
Let's just do 2, yeah.
Sure.
14. Oh my gosh.
Practical list for the fascists.
That is
Hold on, let me find the one that actually. There we
wild.
go. Not the one that just lists like the simplified version. Okay, so let me read these all out loud in the spirit
Just
of this
pick your
debate.
2.
And I need
Just
to
pick your 2.
Well, I don't remember everything from that. I've only read this a couple
So you
hundred
can't
times.
pick. You can't pick 2, even though you just agreed to do
Hey,
that. Vaush.
Andrew, let's let them go through the list.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you want, so let's go in there for that.
Okay. So number 1 is the cult of tradition. One
Probably
has only to
contained in
look
a
at the
storm.
syllabus of every fascist movement in order to find the major traditionalist thinkers. The
I
Nazi
can't believe this is happening. He's a pretty weak mod. Emo. I can't believe this is. Oh my goodness.
Gnosis was nourished by traditionalists, syncreticists, and occult elements. Number 2, the rejection of modernism. Quote, the Enlightenment, the age of reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. In this sense, Urafascism can be defined as irrationalism. Number 3, the cult of action for action's sake, action being beautiful in itself, It must be taken before or without any previous reflection. Thinking
Vaush
is a form
audiobook
of
ASMR.
emasculation. Number 4, disagreement is treason. The critical spirit makes distinctions, and to distinguish is a
You
sign
should
of
give me the
modernism.
title
Just
of
give me 2,
ASMR.
modern
Vaush.
culture.
We don't need the whole list.
Whoa!
Why are you letting him go through the whole list, Alex? He agreed to 2.
Hang on.
He's
hang on.
filibustering the entire debate.
Stop.
Wait.
Okay, listen. Vaush
You wanted the whole list at first. And then Vaush asked, do we have time? And then they said, okay, then choose 2. And now that Vaush actually started reading the whole list, Andrew is in turn mad about it, even though it was his idea at first to do the whole list and to compare him point by point. Exactly, Arkael. He said point by point. Arkael is really like. Andrew is happy just to lie about things and 5 seconds ago. Croiper behavior to Ark. Arkael, I have to tell you. This. Andrew is really stupid. I swear. Time's already up. True. I can see this happening. Andrew is a literal child, although I fear that if I characterize him as a child, I will be offending literal children. Seeing how actual children are, generally speaking, more intelligent than Andrew. That's true. So why?
gave like 4 or 5. Let's just work with what he gave you.
Yeah, which of those 2? Which 2 do you want to pick, Vaush? And see, let's see how they apply only to me and not to you.
Sure. Okay. How about number 2, the rejection of modernism? Do you want me to reread the quote associated with it?
The quote associated with it from whom?
I believe it's a
Umberto
quote from Umberto
Eco.
Eco when he wrote.
Make sure that it is, and not from a
What the hell?
third-party source.
Okay. Pretty sure I've seen this one before, but sure. Let me see. While Echo is firm in claiming there's one. Yeah, I've seen this before in other websites as well, so it's definitely not just openculture.com that's referring to it. But if you want, sure. Let me Google search the quote. Yes, a practical list for identifying fascists from Umberto Eco. It is directly quoted from him. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Andrew, let's let Andrew address that.
So first, let's go with the rejection of modernism. Does this,
Modernity.
in your worldview, mean a rejection of ethics which built the society, or a rejection of modernity when it comes to how society is acting?
The Enlightenment. When he talks about modernism, he's talking about modernity in the geopolitical sense. The Enlightenment.
So just enlightenment principles are anti-communist, Vaush.
In his words, the Enlightenment, the age of reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity.
Yes, but in communism is anti-enlightenment.
What?
No, not at all.
No.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
Karl Marx is literally described as a
Of course, there are also you can always twist a good idea into a bad one, as Constante the genocide journalist said, genocide is a bastard child of the Enlightenment. So you can have horrible ideas coming from good ideas as well. Just Constante Gabert said. The problem with Andrew's line of argument here is that these points are not individually determinate. It's how fascist. Yeah, it's not how. Exactly, you're right. Untrue. Communism is an update to Enlightenment ideas. It is certainly. It drives its ideas from it, certainly.
modernist philosopher and economist.
No, by who?
Literally everyone who describes him. He objectively fits. He is
Literally
a
not. No. Listen.
Sure.
When you're talking about modernity, specifically modernity, when you're talking about modernity, I need you to explain how it is.
Wait, I'm not muted. I'm not muted at all. No. Wait. No, I'm not muted. I'm gonna write. Here we go. I hear sound. Okay.
Is that I reject modernity. I don't reject modernity, I reject an ethical system which I'm contrary to.
So just a moment. Okay, so I Googled, is Karl Marx a modernist? I hadn't seen this brought up before in my many classes on the subject. Marx and Engels offered a profoundly modernistic critique of capitalism. And then it's from a University of Warwick page called Modernism and Marxism.
You said postmodernist.
No, I said modernist. He's not postmodernist.
Okay, but that's what you said, just so you know.
Okay, let's let Vaush finish. Go ahead.
It says, is Marxism a part of modernism? This is from Marx and Philosophy Society. .org.uk. Part 1 in some situates Marx as a leading figure of modernism. So the thing is, Marx and communist thinkers in general, or at the very least Marx, because some communists, you can't tell with these guys, certainly with me, are very much post-Enlightenment thinkers, born of the age of reason, and believers in liberal social values. I mean, Karl Marx was a progressive of his day, wrote to Abraham Lincoln to convince him to help to free the slaves. His writings were an attempt to hold capitalism to account for not fulfilling the promises of modernism, of liberalism.
And what about his critique that he wrote about Enlightenment humanism and from a revolutionary ecological perspective, where he seemed to argue against these post-Enlightenment principles, which you are so adamant that only fascists hold?
No, anyone can criticize things.
And what about the fact that Marx himself was very anti-Jewish? There's
a difference between rejection and criticism, no? Rejection and criticism are both two very different things.
No doubt that that's true either. So all of these things, these
unfortunately,
push against...
that's been popular in both pre and post-Enlightenment Europe.
Yeah, but the thing is, Vaush, is that no, I don't think that number 2 does not apply to you. You seem to reject the modernist principles as well, at least postmodernists, and you seem to want to move towards your communist worldview. I don't see how this doesn't apply to you.
Do you agree that Karl Marx, by basically every definition you can find online, is a modernist?
No, I don't think that. I don't think when we say modernist, we're talking about postmodernist, which is what you referenced and I responded to.
No, modernist. He's a modernist.
Okay, well, Christians are modernists too. I don't know what your point is.
No, Christianity is a pre-modernist system.
But by what metric? The ethics?
No, the Enlightenment, a post or pre-Enlightenment era.
Is
it
the Enlightenment ethics? Which emerged? Enlightenment ethics?
Well,
wait, guys, wait. I did say 2 minutes for this. We've been going on 5 minutes. I do want to.
Maybe he isn't close. He just has a big, giant face. I think it's the lens. It's the lens, probably. Brain rot. Oh my god.
Direct.
Of course. Yeah, I don't want to linger on this too long. It's about ethics and it's about political economy for Marx.
Yeah. So would you say it's the ethical distinction that makes you a modernist, or is it a rejection of the material that makes you a modernist?
Well, that really depends on why you're rejecting it. For example, like Marx rejected Hegelian thought on the ideological dialectic, but Marx is still arguably a kind of Hegelian. His rejection is an iteration upon a pre-existing trend. Like, for example, if you're Adam Smith and you're writing a systemic economic critique of previous economic forms which are themselves post-Enlightenment, you're not rejecting modernity. What you're doing is trying to improve upon it. But
so is there any problem with holding Christian ethics in modernity?
No, that is literally a pre-Enlightenment belief.
Why would that be a pre-Enlightenment belief? There are Christians who exist post-Enlightenment, and by the way, just so you understand, that actually doesn't make any sense on its face. Why? What Enlightenment principle do you
literally
think,
defending divine command theory and arguing that he's a post-Enlightenment?
Are you going to tell me
modernist
which Christian
divine command theory? Yeah.
Why won't you tell?
Sorry.
Why won't you answer the question,
Alex? This is an infinite wormhole.
Wait, Andrew. To be fair, I did say we were only going to talk about this for 2 minutes, but what I will do is I will let you on this topic get your last.
Most Enlightenment thinkers were Christians. So that's why I'm making the distinction between ethics and what he considers materialism. Pick your second one, Vaush. This one definitely applies to you.
Wait, hang on. Stop. Andrew, I did say it was going to be 2 minutes. Went on for 5 minutes. What I will do is give you about 45 seconds to kind of defend yourself and explain why you disagree with Vaush's assessment. that you're a fascist. And then let's move back to the original conversation at hand,
Yes,
because it's
please.
gotten really, really off track. So go ahead.
What
Andrew.
matters is that we're having fun and having a good
Vaush,
time. It's like,
I am.
Andrew's part.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
let-
So when we're talking about kind of these distinctions, first of all, Vaush said postmodernist, but fine, I'll just give it into modernity itself. When I'm asking about the ethical distinction, I'm asking him which of these kind of modern practices he thinks
Oh my gosh.
are opposed to Christian ethics, or why Christian ethics itself is opposed to what he considers modernity. And I don't think he can actually do that, which is very problematic from his worldview. That's why you make the ethical distinction, then you make the material distinction when these things are talked about. So I would actually like to know the answer to this. Do you think that Christian ethics themselves are non-compatible with whatever you consider modernity to be? And by the way, just having Christian ethics, does that make you a fascist by that metric?
so
Okay,
I'll answer
now
both
let's-
of those, and then we'll be done with
Okay,
it, of
let's
course.
let Vaush answer, then we'll
So-
redirect.
Oh
Okay.
my
First of all,
God.
this is very funny because you are literally an advocate for divine command theory, arguing that we need to challenge and reject liberalism. You could not be more perfect a stereotype of an anti-modernist figure
You
today
tried.
or 250 years ago possible. You are literally repping
Not
the
answering the
same
question.
No, that is a direct answer.
Did not
You are
say
not only
postmodernist.
anti-modernist.
True.
This entire argument has been you proudly touting your anti-modernist beliefs. You are literally
True.
arguing for divine command theory.
That's
The
not
thing-
my question. My
the
question is
thing-
about ethics.
So, so the second question that you asked is, being a Christian ethicist automatically make you a fascist? The answer is, for one, you're not a Christian ethicist, but for two, a lot of people who claim to be are fascists. But if
You don't
you're
even know
asking-
what Christian
if
ethics
you're-
are. You just said
and
so.
I never will. If the
Then
question
you know
is,
how do you, what?
however, if by a Christian ethics a person just means like, oh well, the Bible says you should wash the feet of prostitutes or whatever, then no, of course that wouldn't make you a fascist. However,
Yeah.
when people have very poor justifications for their empirical arguments, they usually defer
True.
back to something they know they won't be able to metaphysically justify, and then they can do the like, well, maybe I can't prove any of my ethics are real, but like you can't either, and then it's like, well, you know, why even talk about anything, right? It's
Well,
why
I never
prefer
made the
policy.
statement that I couldn't prove my ethics were real. I just
can
made the
prove
statement
God's
that the
real?
criticism applied moves back to you just as much as it does
Wait,
me.
you've been able to
Except you
prove
did.
God is real, and you've been
Except
holding
you
out.
did.
That none of the things you say are true, and they're arbitrary, and your systems make no sense.
Yo, Vaush, Andrew, I'll let you guys choose. You guys have the option. Do you guys want to stay on this longer, or do you want to move back to the original?
Yeah, we can move back to.
I just want to talk about
Christian- or
policy,
we-
'cause
yeah,
I-
we can.
I
move
wanna
back
talk
to
about
policy,
reality.
That's fine.
Well,
whatever he
let's-
wants to
let's
move back
back.
to.
I'm also going to say,
Talking about
you know, we're
reality.
going an hour and a half. We'll probably go for another half an hour, unless, of course, there's something that's left unfinished. So just so you guys have a mental idea. Okay, go ahead.
Reality.
Oh, I mean, I guess I'd like to know
What a
how to prove God
snob.
exists, but like leaving that aside, because I know what rabbit hole that goes down.
If you want to have a debate over that, then I would suggest that you debate with Jay Dyer, and we'll see if your logic for utilitarianism can hold up. That would be my suggestion.
Let's go back to policy.
Yeah. Also, you don't have to prove utilitarianism to disprove a person's assertions that they've proven God. But,
Yeah, but the criticism refines back the other way. You realize that, right? Which is that even if I was unable to substantiate my worldview as being true,
it's
you
the
also
lightning
can't.
thing again.
You
Okay.
also can't.
The
Policy.
yeah. So
policy.
right, policy.
Okay, back to policy.
Okay, so my argument is that I think it's good when things are good. That's my sort of opening line. I'm putting all my chips down on the table for this one.
Nice.
No argument.
It is in fact good when things are
Wait,
good.
what did you? I'm sorry, I must have missed what you said. What did you say?
It is good when
typical
things are
typical
good.
Weasley debate tactics with nothing
Yeah, what?
to
No,
say.
repeat what you just said.
I said I think it's good when things are good. I think that's what I said. I wasn't actually paying
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. What does good mean?
That's an excellent question. I think that we face a lot of problems today in our country and in our world broadly, and I think that it can seem very scary and very overwhelming. And there's not
Good
really a
things
simple
are
way to
good
fix any of it. Obviously, if things could be fixed simply, they would have been.
Or even
Like it's
better.
not. There's never. It's never that easy. I do think that the declining birth rate is a meaningful issue. One day, God willing, every country will be up to economic par. And if they are, logically then it follows that they would have below replacement birth rates, and that's not good. I think that we can see what we need to do by looking at the country that did it worst, Japan. Japan has a
True.
ridiculously low birth rate, in large part, I think, because of its tyrannical work culture. It's made it virtually impossible to start a family.
China might actually have it worse than Japan soon.
Family or to have children or anything like that, because it's like you lose so much in your career. I think that if we look at that and we think, okay, that's how to do it wrong.
That's also
So how can we make it right? And I think we should hearken back to the last time we had a real population boom in this country. I'm talking unions. The 1950s, the generation that produced the baby boomers, didn't just come back home to freshly built suburbs. They came back to better jobs than most Americans can get today. I think we need to reinvest in our society to make people happy to live and be alive, give people hope in the future. People are less likely to have kids if they don't hope for the future, you know? We got to address climate change, not only for the million other reasons, but also because it'll make people more willing to bring more life into this world, which honestly at the moment is a pretty scary
Are you ever going
proposition.
to tell me what good means?
Man, you're really going to run right past all that, aren't you?
Oh my god.
You're really going to go right back to the
I asked you a
ethics
specific
argument.
question, and I let you ramble for,
Was
however long you
was
rambled
that
for.
rambling? I thought that
I
was
want
like
you
the
to
most
tell
sincerity.
me what good. You said, I want things to be good, man. I want things to be awesome and good, and we're all, I don't know, dope smoking hippie, whatever the fuck it is. Are you going to tell me what you mean by good?
I mean, I just laid out a bunch of things that I think are good.
Yeah, you laid up a bunch of things that you think are good, but you haven't told me what the good is. What is good?
Do you think that people being
Don't ask me a
happy
question.
with
Answer
good
my
union
question. What is
jobs
good? Don't
good?
ask me a question. Answer my question. What is
Mike,
good?
maybe you can really quickly just explain what you mean by good.
Sure. Though this seems like a willful disengagement from any of the material substance I just
It was
laid
your
out.
argument.
But,
Your argument was the good is the good.
No,
No.
me just the question afterwards. But let's
Okay.
just.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so going back to the topic we just painfully wrested ourselves away from over the past hour, when I say good, I mean in line with my utilitarian ethics, and when I say that, what I mean is that it maximizes or at least improves a number of conditions that I think are associated with positive
my God.
utility. So in this case, I'm arguing in favor of something we should both agree is morally good, people being happy and people being fruitful, literally, people producing more children. So I would think
So what
that
do you
we
do? So what do you do with all these vast population centers which don't follow utilitarianism and have a different version of what is good?
So do you, the things that I just talked about looking at Japan and learning what not to do, do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, no, answer my question.
Oh my God, Alex, he doesn't have anything, so he'll do anything to keep the
I
argument
just
away.
asked you a very specific question.
So it's
What
like, it's
exactly
not
is
even
your
related
question?
to what we're talking about.
It's
I- so-
related.
I-
Your statement was this is all good. All these things are good. I ask you for the definition of
do you
good.
believe-
You say it's a utilitarian ethic.
Do you-
Okay,
yeah,
it's a
'cause you-
utilitarian ethic. So what do you want to do
Policy.
with all these massive, vast
Policy.
populations that don't follow your
Policy.
utilitarian
Wait,
ethic?
hold on,
Policy.
hold on. Wait, hang on. Let him finish his point.
Let him quote.
What was the end of that? I missed it.
He claims, Vaush's claim was, I want to do what's good, man. And then I said, what's good? And after his rambling diatribe, he finally said, whatever gives positive utility. I said, okay,
So-
well, as a policy prescription, which is what we're talking about, what do you want to do with all of these nations which are vast and don't follow utilitarian ethics? They follow religious ethics. What are you going to do with those,
So,
Vaush?
Alex,
Look, it is a fair question.
well,
It is
Alex,
related
do you
to
remember
both.
how we said policy a bunch a while ago, and then I
That
laid
would be
out
policy.
And then I laid
Yeah.
out like a bunch of specific policies that I think would make people happier and produce more children. And then he ignored all of it. And because I said at the beginning of
No,
that,
the
like
opposite
2 minutes
happened, but
ago, I
okay.
said, I think good things are good. He's disingenuously latching onto that so he can avoid acknowing the fact that he
True.
has no real
Oh, I
world
think
prescriptions
bad
at all.
things are bad.
Hang on, stop. All right.
Bad things are bad.
Listen, like, listen, he's literally, it's like a fucking ape in the corner, man. People is like throwing feces, but he doesn't know I'm behind glass.
Stop. Okay, let's do this. So,
Literally
Vaush,
answered. By good, he means people being happy. True. Did you just see the morality is subjective because people can have separate definitions of good? Not that I'm some moral subjectivist, but it's a curious point. Interesting, huh?
if you can answer
Oh,
his
wow.
question, and after that, I will make sure that we go back to your initial question. He answers that in detail. And you will get
Let's see.
one question.
Let's see.
This would
Yeah,
be policy.
So
What
let's
do you
go-
do with the vast populations that don't follow your stupid ass utilitarian
Oh
ethic,
my
which
God.
almost no broad nation who has religious undertones, which are most of them, follow. They don't follow your utilitarian ethics. So what's your policy in dealing with them?
So there's a couple of presuppositions here that below a low IQ, and I'm hoping that the audience doesn't have to fall into the same pit Andrew has. For one, countries don't follow quote-unquote utilitarian ethics. That's nonsensical. The fact that he would say that is a reminder.
You just said
of the
that
fact
that was the
Hang on, Andrew. Let him finish. You asked the question. Let him finish.
he doesn't understand how ethics works. Countries are ruled by, and decisions within them are made by, literally millions of people. Sometimes in autocracies, it seems like it's one, but it's usually the influence of a huge number of people. And most people don't have cohesive ethical systems. For the idea that the House of Saud, the Saudi Arabian, the bloodthirsty, vicious Saudi Arabian royal family, is making their decisions based on religious ethics. Like when they decide to build a giant clock tower over Mecca, they're like, well, what does the Quran say? Notice how he muted himself. He's talking to his own chat. He literally, like, he has no intention of engaging with anything.
I can repeat back everything you just said. Would you like me to?
We're going to go on another tangent.
Would you like me to repeat back what you just said if you think I'm not listening?
Keep holding it.
Would you like me to repeat back what I just said, what you just said?
Keep holding it to your memory for later.
Vaush, I want to give you a chance to finish that.
Yeah, I want to finish.
You will redirect your initial question to Andrew.
In a couple minutes, he can repeat everything I've said back word for word as a test of his memory. It's like a fun game. The idea that, like, the House of Saud is making religiously oriented decisions, like they're looking in the Quran to decide what decision to make, like, is ridiculous. In reality, the decisions that countries make are almost always guided by self-interest, either for the nation or for the class of people in power or for the individual in power. For the House of Saud, the decisions made are almost entirely to the benefit of the royal family. For example, in the United States of America, the decisions made are ostensibly to the benefit of the majority of people because we live in a democracy, but are really heavily slanted towards the ruling class, the elites, the bourgeoisie. So the idea that this all falls on, like, well, how are you going to convince their ethical systems? Well, I'd do it the same way all countries have always managed to engage in diplomacy with each other. I would try to find a way to make it in their best interest to adopt these systems. So I actually think it's in everyone's best interest to adopt systems that prioritize the well-being of the average person, because I think it leads to stable countries. I guess I could make the argument like, hey, I think that it's best when people are healthy, happy, and able to raise families. I think those are good arguments. People make those pretty often. So following from that, you know, what arguments could I make to France or to Germany or to Norway or hell, to Russia, to Saudi Arabia, to China to do this? And, you know, I don't think it'd be easy. But I don't think there's any easy way to get all 8 billion people on Earth to get along, because that has literally never happened. It's always going to be an uphill battle.
So,
okay, so the question has been answered. Now, let's redirect to Vaush's initial question that he was trying to ask you. And then if you want to touch on this a little bit later, we can do that. But I promised Vaush we're going to go back to his initial question.
None of those are policies, by the way. Just so you know, he never named a single policy at all. You said I would, and by the way, he also wants to outsource his ethical system to other people's, what he just said, but okay.
Vaush, can you please repeat your initial question?
Sure. So I listed a bunch of policies. I guess his memory is not as good as he remembers, but I guess a specific one would be, given that Japan has a uniquely low birth rate and a very bad work culture, wouldn't it be sensible to look at Japan for examples on what not to do? Like, maybe if we see what they're doing has led to really bad outcomes when it comes to birth rates, we could then try to prevent those things from happening in our place. So, for example, there are, because he doesn't seem to think it's policy, there are lots of Japanese policies, laws, and cultural norms that dictate their extremely bad work culture. So maybe we could look at that, see the outcomes, and go, hey, let's not do that. Like, would that be sensible?
What's the policy then?
Vaush, Andrew, it is a fair question. You can follow up and ask him, hey, I don't see, what the policy is. It is a fair question. It is related to the discussion. So you got to answer that.
I'm not sure.
What would the policy be?
Andrew, just answer.
He doesn't know. He wasn't listening. He doesn't know.
You didn't give a policy, bro. You just said we shouldn't do X.
Yes.
What's the actual policy prescription here?
So, okay, fine. Vaush, what is
I'll repeat. No, don't worry. I'll repeat it. Okay. So
repeat it.
I didn't make a policy prescription there. He wasn't listening.
Right.
What I
That's
said,
why I asked you for the third time. What's the policy?
I didn't give one. Your goal was to answer the
Right,
question.
I know.
Yeah, that it wasn't about the policy. You weren't listening.
Yeah, but
So,
I asked you
let me
what
repeat
policy
one
you were
more
supposed to
time.
answer, then ask me a
There
question,
wasn't
but you
any.
didn't answer.
Yeah, because you didn't listen. There was no policy. You're asking the wrong question. So
Again, how can I ask the wrong question? Just
Again-
answer my question.
the fact that you don't know the answer to that is astonishing.
What the
No,
fuck are you talking about?
I'm just trying to repeat it, man. I'm just trying to help him understand.
I'm gonna have to start muting you guys. Okay, so listen.
Gonna repeat the question. Can I repeat the question?
Vaush asked the question. Sorry, what?
May I repeat the question without any flourish?
Yeah, but I think we got the question. Andrew,
Did we?
I personally got the question.
I know you did, sir. I think you're doing great.
Well, if Andrew needs it, you can repeat.
Yeah.
But I think so. Vaush made a question that's not directly policy prescription. However, it is very much related to the topic.
Yeah, I know. Hang on, Alex. I understand, but
So
just so
Andrew,
that you understand, I asked him for a policy.
Oh my
I have
goodness.
to mute you. I'm sorry. So just please answer his
Muted.
question, and then afterwards,
Oh,
I will force Vaush to answer. Give you a policy. Okay, that's the only fair way I think of doing this. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. Hopefully I'm doing a good job. But yeah, so let's just do that.
What's the question?
It's a rough
Bosh?
debate. Yeah. No, happily. So, Japan has a uniquely low birth rate, and that low birth rate is almost certainly caused by a set of laws and cultural norms, mostly oriented around the work culture there. But there's a lot of stuff, Do you think that it would be sensible for us to look at all of the things that are lowering Japan's birth rate and use those as teaching tools for what not to do over here? Like if we see over there
Sure.
that there is a...
Sure, absolutely. Every nation on earth you can do that with. Now, back to my question.
Okay.
What would be your policy to correct that?
Sure. So, considering the fact that very bad
That's
work
so
culture in
weird.
Japan correlates to and seems to be causative of, based on what I've seen, there's a lot of research on it, lower birth
To be
rates.
fair, Alex, this would be
So
one of the most
we're
challenging
setting up like a
debates
mathematical
to
proof. If really
True.
bad work culture
That's true.
causes lower birth rates, it follows logically that good work culture should make for better birth rates. Now, it doesn't fix everything, of course, but it's one step in a larger set, right? So what makes Japanese work culture bad? Well, obviously the long hours are one, but another big one is that workers are often expected to willfully work long hours after their
True.
shift is technically ended. How are you supposed to go out
I mean,
and pick
that's a
people up?
thing.
So
in
what
a
would be
lot
your
of
policy
places.
prescription?
In Poland as well, by the way.
We have laws, strong overtime laws, that make it
Okay.
illegal for people to continue work like that after the official hours have been
Technically
counted.
So your
Speaking, that's
policy
true in
prescription,
Poland, but-
in order to incentivize birth rates, is to outlaw overtime.
So I think that is the fact that we have... Wait. I didn't say outlaw overtime. I said that they would be paid for it. It'd be illegal to hold them without pay after the work. You can still do overtime.
So then what? I don't understand. So if Japan has a law where you're paid for overtime, right? You just want the law in the U.S., which it already is, to be that you're paid for overtime?
Yeah, so one of the reasons why the American
This
birth
is your
rate...
big brain policy
Oh,
prescription?
Andrew, you asked him a question, let him answer.
Yeah, you have to build a castle one brick at a time. So the United States has a higher birth rate than Japan by a pretty significant margin. Japan's pretty... So maybe one of the reasons why is because they do things worse than us in some specific ways. This would be an example of something that I think works to their detriment. They do not have the same kind of worker protections, and it is complicated in like the specifics. Obviously, we have to simplify this because I'm not like an expert on the Japanese economy, but I've read some articles where the expectation towards unpaid overtime and constant socializing with your boss, like drinking after work and stuff like that. I think things like this make it worse over there. And I think that there is causative evidence that it makes it worse over there. And we have it better over here, and we don't have those same issues. So maybe we can follow through with that. And
But
sort of
we
draw it
still
out
do.
broadly.
We have a 1.64 birth rate. They have a 1.34 birth rate.
That is significantly lower. So maybe the difference is...
Well, wait a second.
Okay.
When you say significant, when you say it's significantly lower, they're really low in both areas. If all your policy prescription is to Japan is, hey, pay people for overtime, and that's already the policy prescription inside of the United States, how do you plan on outsourcing this policy? That's the whole question. You want other country to do Vaush ethics. How does Vaush want to make Japan start paying for overtime?
I'm just talking about learning what policies would be most effective to increasing the birth rate. I think that the fact that we have that policy in the United States
super
helps.
well in this level.
So that was one example. There are like 1,000 more that we could go over, because obviously something as nebulous and complicated as improving the birth rate is going to involve, I mean, we could talk about criminology. We could talk.
BRB. I'm going to go to the toilet and then I'm going to go to grab a drink. We'll be right back, and then we'll be continuing to analyze this deep debate. Andrew's standard is that one single policy has to fully reverse the birth rate decline, and for that they have already done so, but this policy is ban abortion, which is also fails true. How about solve the hunger problem, which causes a lot of death, which causes a lot of drop in the population, just so you know. BRB.
About economics, we could talk about, there are so many fields where you could influence the outcomes here. I mean, no single human could know even a quarter of it. Like, we're talking about a insane set of shifts. But hey, big paradigm shifts are what socialists are supposed to be all about, so I'm fine with it. Yeah.
So how would you move that big paradigm shift?
Well, we already have paid overtime in the United States. So
No, externally, Vaush.
You mean like to make Japan better about this?
Yeah, so you want to export your ethical system, right?
No, Japanese workers also want to be paid for overtime. There are labor rights organizations that have been really active there for decades. They have a lot of trouble because Japan is not that democratic. We don't talk about it that much because we mostly think of Japan as like anime and Pocky sticks, but Japan is not great politically in a lot of ways. And
yeah, great, but you still want to export your brand of ethics to Japan, right?
I think that the labor workers...
Like, Andrew has problems with listening. Vaush just said there are many groups already fighting for the same set of ethics as I do in Japan, but they're just not allowed to get what they want. And to that, Andrew responds with, so you want to export your ethics to them? This is so stupid. Vaush already answered this question too. He said he would make arguments to appeal to common values. Yeah. He basically said that there's nothing to export. The values are already there, but they're being suppressed because, as Vaush said, Japan is not all that democratic. There's nothing to export. I mean, Japan could become more democratic, but that's a whole other topic.
Over there have been fighting for overtime pay for a long time. I mean, would supporting them be exporting my ethical...
You can just say yes. You know, I don't even know why that's a problem to say. You say yes.
To bring the answer down to your IQ level?
You ask him a question, let him answer.
Yeah. So I guess right now the current setup, like the current disingenuous setup for a gotcha is that I believe that it's good.
Andrew is really, really stupid. How big is this YouTube?
For good things to happen to people in other countries.
No, you think it's good to export your moral system, so I don't understand what your criticism is of other people doing it.
Hang on. Children. Let's let Vaush answer the original question that Andrew asked him.
So...
there's no exporting happening. The values already exist there.
Again, he frames this entirely in gotchas. The idea of I support labor rights organizations in Japan means I support exporting ethics, means I should support exporting ethics in all cases. The functional argument that is being made here would be that me supporting overtime pay in Japan is equivalent to like Hitler invading neighboring countries. It is a level of political reductionism that is genuinely so retarded that I don't know how he put his shirt on before showing up to the debate.
I don't know how you see me with those big Coke bottle glasses, but the truth is you haven't seen any arguments either. But I am happy to see that you've finally been losing weight.
I think that worker rights are good everywhere they are practiced.
Yeah, I know. You want to export your ethical system. How
is he so stupid? How? How? This is like he. This is just bad faith. I don't believe that he believes anything he says. While I agree he's stupid, he's not quite as stupid as this would suggest. I've seen him follow Vaush's arguments when he's in a moderate position. This is transparently dishonest. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I don't believe that he doesn't understand what Vaush is saying.
Which is again, right. The criticism applied to me is the same criticism applied to you.
Isn't it
I know that you think that
how,
that's not big brain because I don't use enough adjectives, but it is true, Vaush.
Isn't it incredible how even after we chanted policy together, he still can't. I mean, if supporting labor rights organizations in Japan is like Adolf Hitler invading Poland or whatever, then like, okay, sure. I want to Lebensraum Japan by promoting their happiness and higher birth rates, by doing things that are democratically desirable to the population. I believe that it's okay to make arguments because I believe in freedom. I will Lebensraum the mind space of people all around the world by doing Hitler-esque things, like saying that it's good to get along and sharing is caring. I mean, you know, we're talking like Sesame Street ethics here. So, what are we pretending to care about right now?
Vaush,
well, you're pretending to care about Japanese workers or something.
Vaush, okay. I think if you want to talk about policy, I think it'd be helpful if you ask Andrew very specific policy-related questions.
I don't
yeah,
think
but then he would have to actually defend his side of that, so that's why he won't do it.
Sure. Do you think that we should promote better workplace culture in Japan if it raises the birth rate of that country?
If their culture was not in some way affected by it in a negative light, I would say that the positives could overwhelm that, and that if we had foreign policy, it would be within side of the Christian ethic to do so. Yeah.
What does that mean if it wouldn't be detrimental?
Japan is not Christian to begin with. What Christian ethic? Japan is not Christian. Japan is a mixture of Shintoism and Buddhism. And most Japanese people only do religious sort of practice as tradition and believe none of it. A lot of Japanese people are atheists practically, but like to do certain religious practices for cultural and basically for like, well, because they find it fun as well. I've seen a lot of interesting street interviews about this. When people say, I like to go to the shrine, I do the prayer, I go do this, I go do that, and then they got asked, so do you believe any of it? No. You know? Like, people don't seem to understand that a lot of it can be cultural, you know? I've seen Cinta joke about this kind of debate strategy, basically adapting dishonest arguments as a method of trolling Nazis. Cinta and Andrew is definitely taking notes. Cinta and Andrew are colleagues, so seems like... Wait, they are colleagues? Oh, that you said Cinta was a true socialist. So how can she be friends with Andrew? That does not compute to me.
To their culture.
Well, there could be other factors, for instance. So you could try, for instance, to mess with whatever the cultural cohesion is and end up drastically having a reduction in the birth rates even further without recognizing the damage that you're doing. Hard to say in that particular, but in that particular case, and there's overlap in the consequence, especially when it comes to duties. So again, back to Japan, though, I wouldn't have a problem with, say, oh, the birth rate's going to skyrocket if we start paying these people for overtime. Yes, of course, I would say you should probably pay them for overtime. However,
Okay.
I'm not going to disagree with the fact that I'm trying to export my own system of ethics to Japan, which Christians did successfully do, by the way.
No,
I don't know what he's
And
talking about.
why would that be problematic?
that's bullshit. Christianity absolutely failed in Japan. Are you kidding me? Christmas in Japan is a day and night when you eat chicken and go on a date. Very Christian. Very Christian to treat Christmas as this day when you go to KFC and take your partner out on a date. What success of Christian values. Amazing. I don't know if she's friends. This is part of why I think she's cringe, but I don't think she's a tanky or a fascist. She just has a particular views about using enemies to spread her ideology. She's very cogently argues for libertarian. I see. Okay. That is such cope to say that Christianity succeeded in Japan.
You're doing the exact same thing. So the
Oh.
criticism back is always the same. That's the point. I still haven't heard an actual criticism against Christian nationalism yet. Not
Alex,
one.
I genuinely don't know what he's talking about. I don't know why. It's like he had a list of gotchas that he wrote down before this, and he realized it's 2 hours in, and he hadn't tried to argue that all forms of advocating for another country to change are exactly the same.
Andrew,
So he just brought it
Never
up out of
happened.
nowhere.
You just made it up.
Hang on. Andrew, repeat your last question one more time, please.
I
don't think there was a question.
Yeah, I was
No, no,
responding to
jibber
a question.
Okay,
He was asking questions, and I was answering them.
Okay, so you don't
So
have
now
a
it's my
question.
turn.
Well, let's hang on. You said you want Vaush to give specific policy prescriptions.
Yeah, so now I would like to follow up on my question.
Okay.
Oh, you want more policy? I love policies.
So moving back into the Japanese, I think that's a pretty good place to start. Right now, Japan is being drastically affected by the fact that they have such an elder care crisis. And the elder care crisis is coming, of course, because of their birth rate crisis. This is the number one thing affecting them. They've even considered opening up their borders for slight amounts of immigration in order to take care of this problem. Though the culture
They haven't considered opening up borders for slight immigration. They have opened borders for immigration. At this point, calling it a consideration of opening borders for slight immigration is a joke. In fact, Japan is an immigrant nation. The need for frankness on recent policy changes. How interesting this framing is. Japan is considering opening borders for slight immigration, huh? With the introduction of the specified skilled worker visa in 2019, Japan effectively became an immigration nation, proactively accepting foreign migrants. The author, however, argues that the government needs to be more forthright in informing the Japanese public of the consequences of recent policy changes. Japan is only considering it, huh? Interesting.
there seems to be adamantly against it.
Andrew is so full of bullshit.
They are considering doing so. Do you think that the birth rate collapse there then, can we agree that that is a problem even for a utilitarian, that their birth rate is collapsing to the point they can't take?
Show is actually very neutral as far as debate panels go. At least from what I've seen, Andrew can be very good at masking his views until he's defending his own arguments. I think this is laziness, right?
Take care of their elderly.
Yeah, of course. I just said it's a problem.
So then all over the world, this is happening, right?
Is this
And
policy?
your solution to it is what?
So all over the world, the Western world right now has a below replacement birth rate. Most countries that are not in the Western world
We have the same problem.
are not quite
Elder
there,
care.
but they're getting
Elder
there.
care is still a problem.
Well, elder care is always going to be an issue. They're old. Japan and China are going to have
nothing to do with what I just said. The
Yeah,
problem with elder
I
care,
can't-
the problem with elder care here has to do with the fact that we have below replacement levels again, and even with mass migration, we can't get enough people into these jobs to take care of the elderly. Same issue you
So-
have in Japan now.
Andrew, let's let Vaush answer that question.
So
Go ahead.
the difference is, first of all, it actually isn't the same problem. Japan doesn't have much in the way of immigration. We actually have an above replacement birth rate in America, factoring immigration in terms of just how many workers we have. So
well, then we have a below replacement rate.
So we have which means we're not suffering from a
Japan is
population
changing its policy.
crisis
It's gonna
in the
take-
same way Japan is. Japan, because they don't really allow for immigration in the same way that we do, not only has below replacement birth rates, they have total below replacement population. They're dipping. So their problem is definitely a lot worse. However, obviously, we want to avoid population dips. Ideally, every country would level out at essentially replacement rate. There's always going to be fluctuations, of course. I mean, it's going to be highly variable. Yeah, I think that the goal eventually would be to get the world on board with that. There's still countries that have a lot of room to grow, like India, for example, is going to keep ballooning for a while. Africa, the continent of Africa is going to massively increase in population. I mean, it's so big. Europe is so small, and Africa and Asia are so big. And I feel like a lot of people
Andrew
are kind of
does
freaking
not
out
like
at
what
that. But
he's hearing.
that's what the continents are sized as. You can look at it from space. That's how big they are. There's a lot of land. So the goal then, I mean, there's going to be a lot of fluctuation as we reach that point. I think that our main
Africa? Oh no. Oh no.
goal should be trying to find a point where we taper off at a healthy level, and we can use immigration to supplement any below replacement birth rate problems to a point where we don't have a crisis of population. Ideally, every country, or I guess every region of the world, because there's always going to be some degree of immigration, would be able to level its population and just stay strong. And I think that would probably lead to the best economic outcome for all humans.
My question was how you would solve the birth rate problem.
Oh,
you said by bringing in immigrants, that's going to solve the birth rate problem?
When did I... What?
That's what your argument was that our population levels can still be maintained due to immigration. So the birth rate problems essentially, how would you solve the birth rate problem
at the
for
moment,
the third time?
At the moment, that does literally do that. Because the issue, of course, is the population. When your population declines, or when you have very uneven population distribution in terms of age, that's when the real problems show up. But for now, immigration does a pretty good job of supplementing that, which is why Japan is collapsing and we aren't. Japan's GDP has been stagnant for 35 years.
True.
Ours has just been exploding. So clearly the economic problem, the worker problem, that's not it, right? But eventually, Mexico and America both are going to level out. And at that point, immigration will no longer be a reliable solution. Immigration from where, Yeah, maybe we can pull people from elsewhere, but what about them? They don't want to, we don't want to dry them up.
So how are you going to solve the birth rate problem for the third time?
Andrew, he did answer your question.
He actually at the end of his
Oh
answer,
my gosh.
actually recognized he didn't. So he said, what are you going to do when all of these countries have below replacement and you can't rely on immigration? He actually worked himself to that, which is great. So now maybe we could get to the how we're going to solve the birth rate crisis thing.
Are you okay with me giving you a really, really long answer?
Of course, Vaush. Why would I expect anything different? Nice, concise answers would allow me to respond. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm glad we understand the point. It's really complicated. So,
Oh my gosh.
the big the big problem ultimately is that a lot of people don't want to have kids because they don't feel comfortable raising them. People biologically want to have kids, literally, we're talking about a base instinct here. So how do we cultivate that? How do we make that happen? A lot of people feel hopeless. A lot of people feel very
Why is Andrew
economically
shaking his head?
insecure. There's a big difference between rural economic
yes, because Andrew's policy is just to ban abortion, which just would drive people to use contraception more. But I assume Andrew would just ban contraception altogether.
Security
Right?
and urban rural insecurity as well. Cities have much lower birth rates on average, in large part because like city houses are so small, and if you run out of money even a little bit, you get like kicked out of your place. And if you have kids, it's like, oh my god. But in a rural area, maybe the issues are more like broader economic destitution for the region, but maybe you have like a house that's been in your family for generations, you know? So it might be more easy to raise kids. I think that fixing housing policy and economic inequality would help a bit. I think that addressing climate change would make people feel more hopeful. People tend to produce way more kids after when they feel hopeful towards the future. We see this all over the world. It's constant, you know? After a big civil war ends, when there's peacetime, like that's how it is. I think that there's lots of civic policy that we could encourage. I think that banning abortion would artificially inflate birth rates, but it wouldn't make society better. First of all, I think that women, and in fact, men with wombs as well, have a right to have an abortion if they want to. I don't believe that a fetus has ethical personhood, and neither did the founding fathers. And neither does the Bible, for that matter, considering the quickening liquid, the bitter water that it gives you the recipe for. But leaving that aside, I think we want people to want to have kids, right? Like the best world is the one in which a chick gets pregnant and she's like, "What? Abortion? No. I mean, I know I could, but I want to raise kids, you know? I think that's nice." So we have to make people happy, productive, vibrant. We have to make our cities safe for children, which they are not currently because a bunch of people live in suburbs where you can't walk anywhere. And also people live in like urban jungles where it's like cars everywhere and it's dangerous and stuff. There's just so much stuff that we can do, you know? Anyway, I know that's long, but like we're talking about a really, really broad problem.
Okay, so I've been writing this down as you've gone. You said we should address global warming. And that's it. You actually didn't give any other solution. You said that city homes are cramped.
That's true. I didn't say anything.
Can you give me some actual solutions here or not?
Housing. Is housing not a thing in this person's mind? Working conditions? Andrew really is an idiot. I swear. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
It's
not that Vaush is losing this debate. He's winning, but he could have won harder. Start engaging on the most effective level to Andrew's arguments. I guess. What would be the most effective level to engage with Andrew's arguments?
I don't get it. Can you give me some real solutions, or are we just going to do the endless? I literally took notes live. Give me a solution, Vaush. Anything will work. Any solution other than address global warming, unless you think that'll solve the birth rate crisis.
Do you think is this like a medical thing, like a deafness issue? Like I don't know how to respond to this debate tactic. This is very powerful. I can repeat all that word for word. I'll repeat it all word for word.
I just wanted a single solution.
So
we did give at least one more in the beginning.
Just a few, you know. People should want to have kids, and people will want to have kids. People do want to have kids. For the most part, not all humans, but most of them, it's a biological
imperative.
They're
just not having them.
Yes, like, for example, there are lots of things people want to do that they don't necessarily do based on a variety of conditions.
Yeah, but they want to do that, Vaush.
Yeah.
They want to have kids.
Yes, biologically.
And your policy of what is going to help them do that?
So, do you not think we biologically want to have kids?
No, I think we do. I'm asking you a specific question.
I think one of the policies that Vaush mentioned was daycare for the kids, right? I heard you say that.
Yeah, okay. I can just list them. Like I was trying to
like you're gonna give daycare for kids.
So yeah. Obviously subsidizing childcare, making it that it doesn't cost $20,000 to give birth to a hospital, like whatever insane number it is in the average American hospital these days. Making our cities more kid-friendly, as in not dirty, disgusting urban jungles where if you step 1 foot in the wrong direction, you get obliterated by a car going 50 miles per hour in a strode, you know. We need to level out the housing crisis. That means more variety and mixed zoning in cities, because it is tough to raise a family in a city, because being able to afford a place large enough for like 3 kids in a city, holy shit, I hope you're rich, you know? Like, there needs to be more upzoning so that it's possible for more people to live there without the prices going crazy. Oh, there's a lot of housing policy stuff there that could work to that effect. More parks, more neighborhood-friendly stuff, you know? Seattle's pretty good about this, but not all American cities are. Like, a lot could be done in that direction. The climate change thing is real. I think that would help. Giving people more time away from work would help. a UBI or some kind of basic economic provision so people don't feel like they're one day away from losing everything, like constantly working paycheck to paycheck. Something that gives them the comfort to spread their wings and fly and maybe have a couple of kids.
Speaking of living from paycheck to paycheck, consider donating to your favorite streamer, which is hopefully me.
Stuff like that, you know? Also, high school and college, like, I think it would probably be good if there was a bit more of a gap between these two things. Most jobs that people work do not need immediate, like, college.
Is Andrew just gonna shake his head and say that Vaush has no solutions again?
Work, and we treat colleges like high school too, but I think that it's kind of because like there's a weird misdistribution of people's like attention and time and energy there. Maybe education, like higher education, isn't something everyone wants, but it seems like people make mistakes sometimes.
I wish Vaush would ask Andrew for his solutions.
Times when
he would say ban abortion naturally.
Go to high school and then just go right into a job. I think leaving some gap time there and maybe making colleges more accessible to older people. Like if you're 26 and you've already had 2 kids and you want to go to college, I don't know, it's complicated. Okay, so was that at least 2 policies?
No. The thing is that you gave kind of some descriptors of problems, but not policy fixes. So let me give you an example of this. You seem to want to throw money at this situation. I can agree with you on that, at least. You seem to want to throw a lot of money at it. However, other nations have thrown money at this problem and given mass incentives for people to have children, and they still aren't having them, Vaush. They still aren't having them. Do you understand? Like, so you say we need to subsidize daycare. Okay, nations have subsidized daycare. You say we need to have mothers have maternity leave. Okay, we have nations that have maternity leave. They're still far under replacement rates, and the trend's not backing up. Can you explain to me how it is, after all of your prattle, after all of this money is thrown into this problem by even these nations who it seems you're modeling after, they still have a below replacement rate? Now you say this is a stopgap that reduces it slower. Great. But how are we going to reverse the trend? What's the policy Vaush is going to do, or even the collection of policies Vaush is going to do to help reverse this trend that you say have now acknowledged needs to be reversed?
So I just Googled effect of maternity leave on birth rate from the European Union Center of California. The effect of paternity leave on fertility rates. A segment from which says, maternity leave tends to reduce or even reverse the rate of decline in fertility rates. See figures 2 to 5 in the appendix. I looked at another article, The Effect of Leave Policies on Increasing Fertility, a systemic review. I haven't even scrolled down yet. Maybe when I scroll down, I'll find a total defeater for my argument, in which case I'd still argue that fertility and maternity leave are still like good for people, like, because it makes them happy, but you know, whatever. Hold on. We classify the 23 studies in terms of the type of verified, revealing that all the negative or null studies identify the current child effect, all the positive studies identify the future child or total effect. Since the future child and total effects are more important for promoting aggregate fertility, our findings show that leave, paternal and maternal, does in fact increase fertility when benefit increases are generous.
Okay.
I'm also going to give a 5-minute warning. Go ahead.
And is that saying that it is reversing the trend or just slowing it down? What I'm asking you for is how we reverse this trend.
Maternity leaves tend to reduce or even reverse the rate of decline.
Then give me the examples of which nations have a reversal going on in their fertility rates. I would love to see them.
What contrary data do you have to what I've provided thus far?
I don't need. Listen, I just asked you a specific question. Can you show me any nation who has reversed their birth rate crisis via economic policy, or can't you?
Yeah, sure. So on page 4, fertility rates in the European Union, in the appendix right here, we see a list of countries in the European Union which have their fertility rates charted year by year. And we can see...
Which ones?
All of them. Every country in the EU.
So they're not trending down.
And they're all reversing. Do you see how much you've moved the goalpost? You're like, hey, does this even have an effect? And it's like, yeah, here's studies saying it has an effect. And then it's like, oh, show me the effects. Oh, here's the effect. Okay, has it fixed?
Starting with the knowledge that Andrew's bad faith would lead to one spending less time trying to honestly answer each question and go on the offensive by refusing to walk away from contradictions. Vaush, couldn't have really known his until he's already in it, so it's not necessarily a mistake. But I think anyone going forward could use that to inform future conversation with Andrew. True. Agreed. So any nation, so he will ask for all nations of the EU, to my knowledge. True.
Not what I
Every
asked.
Poland is in the EU.
single one of them.
You're
Not
so
every
mad, dude.
EU
Calm down,
country has
Vaush.
the same
Calm
policies when it comes to
down.
maternity and paternity leave.
Vaush, I've asked you
I'm
this
starting to
50
get the
times.
feeling
That
you don't
even
give
if
a
it
shit
slows
about
it down,
perinatal
what's your
policies at
policy
all.
for reversing this issue? You have not given me any still. And the data you pull up,
Here,
all
I'm
the
just-
data
I'm gonna
shows
link-
is
I'm
at
gonna
most
link-
it helps mitigate it.
I'm
It's
gonna-
crazy.
Whoa, wait, hold on. Wait.
Andrew,
So wait,
to
so
be
you're
fair,
wait.
Vaush,
So
he's
you're
giving
saying
several policies that he recommends. You disagree with
wait,
those
really
policies.
quickly. I just
Totally
wait.
fine.
You realize
But
what he just
has
said?
given you some policies.
He literally just said like, oh, maternity leave only stops the decline in birth rate. You mean they were in free fall and
No,
passing that policy stops it?
I said this earlier. If you go, you can even
Here,
go
I'm
back
going to
and
link
video
the
see it
study to you.
yourself.
You can read all of it if you want. Here you go.
Yeah, send it over. I'm very familiar with how birth rates work globally. So just so you know, I said
Wait, I'm
this
sorry.
earlier.
Wait.
Even
Are you familiar
even
with
if
the
throwing money
research
at it can
results of-
slightly slow the problem. Can you show me the trend of the problem being reversed?
It's literally said stop or even reverse. You can read it if you
yeah,
want.
okay, but so then all you have to do is show
Slightly slow. Vaush corrects for this around here. Vaush corrects for this around. Okay.
me the country where it's reversing, and then I'll agree
sure,
with you.
Okay, yeah. So in the thing that I just linked you, we see over time the birth rates in Nordic and Eastern European countries. That's what I'm looking at right here.
He's realizing the depth of the swamp he is in. I mean, it's Big Papa Fascist, quite literally. It's in the name. Fascist is in the name of the game.
Here.
Which one?
Oh
Which
my
one's
god.
reversed?
They use the
The goalpost has shifted from one example to like 3
acronyms. Hold on. There are 14 countries listed here. So let me see. That's Lithuania, that's Hungary, that's Sweden, you can open it up. Okay, go to that. It's page 9 out of 27 on the eucenter.scripscollege.edu. Now you might notice that the lines were going down a lot, but then at a point they stabilized and even started to climb upward. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, but that actually doesn't mean anything. These can be
Baisan,
anomalies.
Arpino, and Del Clos.
Oh, it's reversing, but it doesn't mean anything.
In 2016 paper found that a reduction in paternal working hours is linked to a, quote, sharp increase in fertility rates. This is because much of the additional time off is used to care for children. Sullivan et al. In a 2014 paper compared the amount of
Just
time
ban
fathers spent with their
abortion.
children
It's
in
okay.
2 regions of Europe. They found that Nordic countries, where fathers value gender equality to a higher degree than those in Eastern Europe, spend more time with children. In Figure 6, I compare the fertility rates of these regions.
Just give me a nation.
I
Give me a
observed that
single
prior. Well,
nation.
hold on. I'll just read the entire thing if you're insistent on not reading it. I observed the
Or you
prior
just
to the
give me a
1990s,
nation, and then we can
all
just settle
European
this.
Union countries had fertility rates above the, quote, very low level. Some countries' rates were even above replacement levels. After 1990, both
It's
the Eastern
1.53
European,
for the EU right now. 1.53.
both the Eastern European countries and the Nordic states experienced a decline in fertility rates. The Nordic countries were able to maintain or even increase their fertility rates, partly because of their egalitarian attitudes and paternity
feel
leave
that I can
policies,
treat
which
the
were
for you
implemented
wrong
in between
argument coming.
1991 and 1998.
Probably.
Cecilia and Verlu 2012, quote, Why Swedish Men, Study 2014, Finland Study 2013. In recent years, fertility rates have begun to converge.
How
as
long are you
Eastern
going to
Europe-
let this go on for, Alex? Are you just going to
As-
let him read indefinitely to
Mark,
fill
I'm
up the
almost done
entire
with the
day?
sentence.
Andrew, he is answering your question.
He-
He linked the article.
This
He-
is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is the
If this is true, he should be able to show me where the trend is
linked it to
reversed
you.
anywhere. It's not reversed. It's
Andrew,
not reversed in any of these nations. You're a liar.
You gotta mute him, Alex. You gotta mute him. That's the only way.
Okay, stop. Andrew, he
Oh
did
my God.
answer your question. He said Scandinavian countries. Right?
They're
That
not
was-
reversed in the Scandinavian countries,
Gotta
is
mute-
my
gotta
point.
mute him. So the
None of them are
the problem
reversed.
is
He's
that
lying.
the problem
Through
is
his
that
teeth.
Andrew has literally nothing to offer, and he keeps asking me like, "How would you solve? How would you?" And now I'm literally reading out the exact goalpost that he's moved it to.
According to the article, it does sound like there was some reversal, unless I misread
Then
that.
all he has to do is give me the nation where I can look at the reversal
I am
in these birth
literally
rates.
reading it out.
Just name one.
loud
Just name
to
one,
you.
bro. Name a single one.
Vosh,
Name
just
one.
name one country for the sake
Yes,
of
Okay,
please.
the Nordic countries, so like Sweden.
Sweden's birth rate, you think, is on the upward swing then?
Let me Google Sweden birth rate.
Wait. I thought you just said that you knew. This was your evidence,
I'm looking
and you
at
don't
it right
know.
now. It's in the article that I just linked to you. It's literally
Yeah,
on my
it's on the
screen right
downward
now.
trend since
Well,
2020.
I think what
Since
Vosh was saying-
2020, I wonder if anything happened in 2020 that might be affecting the overall birth rate.
Yeah, but it was on the downward trend even before that.
Well, interestingly, it seems like these articles have found extremely effective positive correlations between fertility rates and these maternal and maternal policies.
Yeah, except all the countries that you named, their fertility rates below replacement and still dropping.
Except,
Wait, hang on. Wait, to be fair, I think what Vaush was saying is that this specific policy caused a positive increase in birth rate. He's not saying the country itself is on an upward swing, because there could be a multitude of
Well,
other
then that
factors.
defies the purpose of the question. Which
no,
is
it
to say
doesn't. So,
yes, it
so
does.
again, like the problem is, and I think this is again
That is-
tantamount to the fact that not only does Andrew not care about Christianity, he doesn't actually care about birth rates either. He asks the very specific
True.
question: what policies to increase it? So I find studies that say these policies
You found
increased it and
mitigation
sometimes
policy.
even reversed it. And
Yeah,
he's,
but I
and
already
he's like, well, that
listen,
doesn't actually count.
First of all
This is
you
why-
do is
wait,
railroad the debate.
hold on,
but I've
wait,
already
wait, you
explained
can't-
this to
hold
you
on, you
multiple
can't-
times. No, you wait.
No,
I just let you
wait.
drone on for an
Whoa,
hour
whoa, whoa.
reading your stupid ass study.
You don't. Did you
Again,
understand the
Can
study?
you point
Did you
to the
comprehend?
nation where the birth rates are going up
So-
due to the policies that
Oh my god. It's been downward since 2020. Well, actually, it's been downward since before this. Andrew is a clown.
are proposing? Is it actually reversing the trend or is it not?
So, Alex,
If you say to me, Andrew, this is a mitigation, I've already said you can mitigate policies with finance. However, it doesn't seem like any of these
So,
policies move it back
Alex,
to the upward trend.
Alex, really quickly, I'm going to appeal to the moderator here. Was
Of
the
course you are.
question not? Are we not discussing policies that improve birth rate? Was that not something we were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, and was the question not asked? Okay, so after we find that policies improve birth rate,
Is it possible
by the way,
that I'm allowed
by the
to
way,
speak for more
keep
than
in
3
mind,
seconds?
Andrew,
Man.
like, see,
True.
man, hysterical, this guy.
Wait, hang on. Oh, don't make it worse.
Oh,
Vosh.
sorry,
Okay.
that just slipped out. I apologize. That wasn't civil of me.
okay.
So at first it was which policies help, but now it's which policy
No, you're just
single-handedly
reframing.
reverses
Hang on.
it. And now it's okay. This policy was found to have reversed it.
You're
but
just letting the dork
but
lie.
the reverse,
He's lying through
but
his
the
teeth.
reverse did not
Hang on.
continue indefinitely. The problem is
How
as
long
that-
is this guy
so
gonna filibuster the
he
debate?
literally he's hysterical.
Look, he's filibustering
help
the
himself.
entirety of the debate,
Alex-
and he's trying to reframe.
Alex is such a dude, bro. Moderator, LMAO. I mean, Alex just feels so lost. He doesn't know what to do. If you should interject or not. Also, he has horrible views in Ukraine. Just so you know. Just so you know.
Desperately, and you're allowing him
Wait,
to do it.
Alex, I just-
don't allow him to do
so
it.
I'm-
Again,
I'm gonna mute you. I will make sure you get equal time to refute this, Andrew.
I'm
I
okay,
promise
you.
you, you will not be cut off. You can ask all the follow-up questions.
I just
will
want to
try-
talk. I just want
I'm
to talk to
trying my
you.
best to be fair.
I will cut
So,
him off.
okay, Vaush.
he's
so,
just
yeah.
prattling, bro.
So I don't.
Okay, well, let him prowl for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Humor me.
Well, I have.
So-
I want to
so-
talk to you, Alex, if I
Brother.
may.
Okay,
So the
go ahead.
problem we're at right now is that it literally progressed from which policies help to, okay, so this policy's proven to help. Does it fix the problem forever and eternally? And then there's literally studies saying actually
True.
reverse the trend, but now he's pretending that's not happening either. We're 2 hours and 22 minutes into this. I might as well be talking to a rock. He doesn't care about Christianity or birth rates. I think what he cares about is attention, honestly. It's very feminine.
Okay, well, let's not get into the personal.
No. So
insults.
what I'm saying is I have to wrap it up now. I'm at the point now where I'm reading a study that says the things, and then he's like, "Well, what does it say?" This like I can't. This is a level of willful
Oh, it is
reality.
This is just
obfuscation I
called
can't
what I
engage
call
with.
cope. You're just coping.
It is actually ending. Wow.
That's
Okay,
true.
Vaush,
You never actually demonstrated
Wait,
your position even once.
See, he's still
Vaush,
doing it.
Can you hang in for 10 more minutes?
Yeah. Well, to clear out at the half hour, sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so I think this is what we should do. So I don't remember exactly how Vaush phrased it in the beginning, so I'm going to plead ignorance on that. It does seem like Vaush is saying, hey, here are the things that help the problem,
Yes,
but they don't
please.
fix the problem, right? And so I don't even know if you guys are disagreeing on
Please,
much, but I'll give you guys like the last 2-3 minutes to just go at it. I won't even talk. You guys can just
wait. So I'm not allowed to speak at all.
Ah, quit being a pussy. Shouting match.
I get
Let's
shut
go.
down the entirety of the debate. One more time, let me respond to some of this nonsense.
Okay, go ahead. Respond,
Okay.
Andrew.
So first of all, I told Vaush earlier,
Ridiculous.
I'm not looking for policies which act as a mitigation, but as a reversal. And do you have specific policies which act as a reversal? He does not. I stated to Vaush.
I recall seeing the word reverse, or hearing rather the word reverse in what Vaush read. This is the follow Vaush posted, if I remember. It literally said reverse. It did! I don't know. Am I wild? Or wild ducky? What is this? The declining birthing crisis. Oh, interesting. We're gonna go through this on the next stream. We've been streaming for at least 7 hours. I'm afraid we're going to have to finish after this cool segment. Awesomeness.
Multiple times in the very beginning of this debate, he claimed this wasn't even an issue.
Listen, I'm an endurance streamer. I give you entertainment a lot of the time.
This isn't even a problem. There's nothing to even worry about. And suddenly he's desperately Googling for a study which he just reads. He doesn't understand what the study's even saying. He just claims, hey, there's some mitigation effects on the
projection. Your name is Andrew. I'm sorry, but at this point, I have pretty big confidence that Vaush knows how to read studies and that he knows what they mean. This is a really weird argument to levy at Vaush. Like, of all arguments that you could possibly levy.
Birth rate. However, the downward trends are in all of the nations he cited. When I actually got this literal moron to cite,
he's the ducky we need, not the ducky we deserve.
An actual nation on the downward trend, and he knows it. He pulled up the graph for himself. Complete and utter bullshit out of Vaush's mouth. Vaush, do you specifically have any collection of policies which is going to help within your communist util model in actually reversing this trend of the declining birth rate, which you have now described as being a problem, or not?
Help in reducing the lowering birth rate.
No, that's not what I said.
Wait, what?
Repeat back what I said.
I'm gonna give you a radical. You want a real radical policy? I'll give you a real radical policy for reversing the birth rate problem, okay? 1, communities take care of child rearing, period. Not just nuclear families, quote unquote. Whole communities take care of children. 2, invest money in artificial wombs and grow children in artificial wombs. And said children will be taken care of by the community. The community will treat all of the children as their own. There you go. This is my 2-step process to which Andrew would never agree because he's a super Christian, and artificial wombs would to him be like this devil's idea. So there you go. This is my 2-step solution. That's my 2-step sort of like policy. Artificial wombs. Children can sort of grow up in those artificial wombs, and community becomes the family for the children. Parents, siblings, everything. Uncles, grandparents. I wanted to hear him say literally 10 seconds ago, I would never let him to walk away from that. I will have halted the stream to rewind it for. Wait, do you want me to rewind?
Bring birth
No,
rate.
that's not what I said.
Wait, what?
Or not. Reversing this trend of the declining birth rate, which you have now described as being a problem, or not.
Help in reducing the lowering birth rate.
No, that's not what I said.
Wait, what?
Repeat back what I said.
Dude, are you? Do you have, like, legit? Do you have dementia? You just.
But yes, unironically, this is my sort of thing, especially since I know that many sort of, the more with Christianity, etc., governments are tied, the more they try to hinder research for artificial wombs, etc.
We're on limited time.
No, I was responding, and then he interrupted me again.
Let's answer Andrew's question.
Yeah. So he asked, do I know of any policies that would help in reducing the trend? So no one policy can single-handedly fix any giant
no, I asked if he had one that would
geopolitical problem. He literally said help and fix it, because when he's not pretending to be this stupid and disingenuous, he understands
literally
there's no one.
We're going to finish in like about 8-7 minutes. But good night, Moose Watcher. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a giggler.
Can't help himself.
What's the word reverse mean?
I linked an article.
What does the word reverse mean?
Andrew, let's let him answer.
He doesn't understand because he's still strawmanning the argument, and you're letting him. What does the word reverse mean?
Hang on. He understands what the word reverse means. Mm-hmm. Let's let him try to answer the question. If he doesn't do a good job answering the question, I promise you, I will personally press him and get him to answer the question.
Sure.
So the question from Andrew is, are there any policies that reverse the problem?
So that specific article we just looked at said some countries, like Norway, saw a reversal of the trend because of the causative impact of the parental leave.
Right.
Now, obviously, when we're talking about how to fix a global problem, one single policy is not, like, this is like arguing like you're fighting a war and it's like, can you show me the one single gun that will defeat the enemy? Like, it's nonsensical. No. However, this seems to be well, Andrew, calm down.
Norway's on the downward trend
This seems to be
just
pretty
all
effective.
lies.
So if you Google like maternal leave effect on fertility rates, from what I say, just literally scrolling through, there are dozens of articles. It seems like a really clear-cut answer. Of course, no one thing can fix everything. You have to try multiple things, and oftentimes these programs end up getting defunded too. For example, a whole bunch of the like paternity leave and like subsidy programs and a bunch of like healthcare stuff in like the UK and Sweden and other countries has been defunded from right-wing governments. So even if there is a short-term benefit, it kind of gets cut out in the long term by the fact that there are people like Andrew who will gut those policies. I think that if you care about preserving birth rates and making things better, like, it's literally like you Google the study, this improves the thing. So, like, yeah, you know, it's a pretty simple policy. I don't know why Andrew wants to keep mothers away from their children, but, you know, that's his problem.
What's the most interesting here is that this country that is cited, Norway, is on the decline in its birth rates. There is no reversal. He's lying to you again. What he's trying to do is he's trying to say that there are some policies which can mitigate the decline, which was already conceded to 15 times. He has not given us even a collection, and I said this word, the word collection of policies even, which would actually have a reversal effect, because all he can come up with is materialists throw money at it. But every place that we've thrown money at it,
as opposed to the non-materialistic, let's take freedom away from women,
there is no reversal. They're still on the downward trend. The data shows this overwhelmingly. What he's doing is a red herring, typical red herring, and he filibustered for
By the way, I guess this performance is better if you're considering just laughing at him from a distance. I'm placing greater value on humiliating him to his own audience, so it's subjective. You do realize, by the way, what happens when abortion gets banned? Just so you know. You do know what would happen if abortion got banned. Women would just get it illegally. That is what would happen. Legal or not, women would get abortion. It would just be less safe. It would just be with the risk of prison or whatever. But making abortion illegal does not exactly totally prevent it. So that's also like this empty, meaningless policy, apart from the fact that more people would suffer and die.
Like 5 minutes
red herring
to
'cause
read
it's
this
communist.
and still never actually showed us a reversal. Look at Norway's stats for yourself. They're on the downward trend. Are they not, Vaush?
Huh?
Is Norway's birth rates not on the downward trend? The example you just used.
The study said that it was improved because of the policy.
And do you
wait, can I actually answer his question?
Unbelievable.
You do realize policies can be defunded and other things can change, right? Like this is again like saying like, oh man, dude, my health really improved when I took those antibiotics, but now my health has gone down and it's been like a month. What's happened? And it's like, whoa, you only took antibiotics twice and you haven't taken them at all for the past 3 weeks.
So has the policy been removed?
So, well, in a lot of cases, it has been defunded.
In Norway.
In Norway,
Has it in
I don't know
Norway?
about Norway specifically. What about
then why would you use this as an example for your example?
Because you don't seem to understand. I know you don't actually give a shit.
Arguments.
I know you don't actually.
Wait, hang on, stop.
Well, wait, can I get a closer?
Of course, you guys will both get closing statements.
Was that not his closer?
What?
Was that not his closer?
No, Vaush, I totally understand the point you're trying to make, but he did ask you a direct question about whether currently Norway's
and by the way, paternity leave is still fully funded in Norway.
So
just letting you know.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer your question, Alex. The problem here, and he's aware of this, which is why he sounds like a giggling psychopath whenever he makes the bad points, is that no, you can never look at the effects of policy by looking at a policy that was passed in 1990 and then going, oh, well, 30 years later, things are down again. What you try to do is check to see if there's an effect that can be correlated, or better even yet, like demonstrated to be causatively associated with the policy in particular. For example, imagine if you were to take a look at like, hey, does Biden's child tax credits lower child poverty? If you go back to the COVID pandemic, right, or the COVID crisis, and you ask, hey, did this policy lower child poverty? The answer is yes, it cut it in half. But now that's not in effect, and other things have happened. So it's like, oh, well, what happened? I thought it fixed child poverty. In reality, the standards that Andrew is setting for analyzing policy would not work and don't apply anywhere, which is why
these are all fair points, but I still think you should answer his initial question.
He doesn't do that.
What is the question?
He doesn't know how. You don't even know what the question is. You're so stupid, dude.
What is the question?
I'm trying to help
you don't even know the question. You're answering a question. You don't even know what it is.
The question is, currently, is Norway's birth rate going down? Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I think technically it's actually risen in the past couple of years. The last data point was from 2023, where they had birth rates per 1,000 people, 11. Is it
on a downward trend or not? Vaush?
Trend based on what?
Based on the fact that it keeps going down as part of a trend.
Well, over the past 5 years, it's actually gone up. Curious.
So, but the trend shows it going down. What did the Norway analysts show?
Well, the trend of the past 5 years is that it's going up. Curious.
Well, let's take a look and even see if this trend is true.
Alex, this is literally never going to end. I brought up an article that proves every point I had to make.
No, it doesn't prove anything.
It's 2.5 hours in. He doesn't care about kids. He doesn't care about God.
Stop. We do have to get into closing statements. We're 2 hours and a half in. You, Andrew, said you want to keep it to no more than 2 hours. Vaush, you said you want to wrap up at 2 hours and a half mark. So both of you guys want to wrap up. I promise you can make all the points you want in your closing statements.
I have to go. It's 2.5 hours in. I thought it'd be 2.
Oh shit. Do you have a minute or two to make a closing statement?
Yeah, quick though.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Literally, like, you can Google policies to help fertility rates. Oh, bammo, there's solutions. All of Andrew, the reason why he does like the psychotic laugh and the reason he's chain smoked like 20 cigs throughout the entirety of this conversation is because his only actual like prescription is that he's a fascist, and that's it. He doesn't give a shit about anything. He doesn't care about God. He's not an Orthodox. He has no real beliefs. Like most fascists, he believes that the world is anti-empiricist, that everyone else is just as slimy as he is. In reality, it's just him, and he's alone. He has severe interpersonal problems with others. He clearly can't get along with me, and I'm a very easy guy to like. Like, I don't know what to do when you pull up a book that says this policy works, and he's like, well. So, like, I think that if there's any resounding point to be made from him, it's immense personal unlikability. And for me, it's a set of sensible policies that you can adopt if you care about producing more children.
Okay. Thank you, Vaush.
That's my rational argument.
You want to really quickly plug your channel before you go?
I'm also Vaush.
All right, cool. I appreciate you coming on. I thought this was a really good discussion.
And I have my closer now.
Yeah, of course.
I understand that Vaush may not stick around for it, but as of 2022, there were a total of 51,480 newborns in Norway. That might sound like a lot, but it actually marks a drastic drop in the fertility rate within the country, and it's on the downward trend. This is according to Norway's own stats, as much as the Gish Gallop goes. But let's go back into this. Bosch was blown out on ethics. He had no argument there. All criticisms directed at me were equally directed at him. He said that I'm not an Orthodox Christian. He has nothing to back that up whatsoever. It's just some decorative statement that he makes up. He's called me a fascist, but when we were trying to go through that, he ran from it as fast as he possibly could, tried to filibuster the time as much as he could. He also, at the start of this, remember, said the birth rate itself is no problem. It's no issue. It's not even anything you got to worry about. By the end of the debate, he's scrambling desperately because his logic led him to notate this one key point. If the immigrant countries also have a below average birth rate, this is Vaush's words, you're not going to be able to migrate them anymore. We have a big problem. He said that himself. So finally, we get to the concession. This is an issue. When I ask him, what is your solution to this? Which I would have been happy to give mine. Instead, he says something mild like, we'll throw some money at it. And hopefully, even though that does a small mitigation of the problem, but does not reverse the trend, we will continue on this evermore, throwing materialism at this, even though it has done absolutely nothing in any of these Western nations to reverse the trend whatsoever. In fact, I would also say Vaush is literally one of the most bad faith opponents I've ever debated with. But I'm actually fine with that. I don't really care that much because his arguments weren't very good. So ultimately, all he had was, you're mean and a fascist and hard to get along with. I've gotten along with Vaush fine for a year. He's been on the Crucible multiple times. Never had a bad engagement with him behind the scenes. Total fabrication and bullshit there as well. Not a single problem with the guy behind the scenes. He says I have issues with interpersonal relationships, yet he's come on my show multiple times without any of these interpersonal relationships. What this is just typical over-talkifying, right? The mod allowed way too much of that. That's his show. I can't say anything about that. But my arguments were far better, and he never did make an actual demonstration for why I was wrong about any singular point that I made. And with that, I'll close. And I appreciate very much even the time of Vaush, who's more than welcome to come back on the Crucible and do debates in the future. I take none of this personally and never have with any of the interlocutors that I've engaged with.
Cool. Yeah, I know, Vaush, you got to go. Andrew, do you mind staying on for another 20 minutes?
Of course.
All right, cool. Yeah, Vaush.
Oh, I'm so pissed at you, Vaush, but you're welcome to my show anytime to make me money. This is so weak. This is so pathetic.
Vaush, appreciate you. I thought this was...
Pretty sure Vaush organized BPS, transphobic and obsessive interaction with Demon Mama.
A really, really interesting debate, and I personally enjoyed watching it. I had to step in way more than I usually do. Andrew, you've seen me moderate many times. I never, ever step in this much, but I thought it was appropriate. Hopefully, you guys both thought I did a fair job. I was trying to be as fair as possible.
Alex, you were a dream, and I appreciated your moderation very much. Andrew, I hope you find God.
I hope you do, too.
Have a good one.
And Jenny Craig.
Chad, I didn't get that joke. What was the joke?
Yeah, don't worry about it, Vaush. No biggie.
Wait, what's Jenny Craig? A weight loss pro? Is that like a boomer reference? Because I've never heard of that before. Yeah, so anyway. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Hello, Benjamin. Yeah, okay. I think that actually might have been one of the most bad faith, maybe the most bad faith conversation I think I've ever had, actually. On like every level, he never actually wanted to talk, right? Like he would take every excuse he could to not talk about the thing we were talking about. Like remember when I said, hey, I think good things are good, haha. And like, oh, okay, so here's some policies. And then I talk for 5 minutes and he's like, so you said good is good. What do you mean by that? No, yeah, incredible. I mean, I don't think I've ever reached a point in a conversation where not only would they move the goalposts that flagrantly, but also I have an article up describing the thing they're trying to press me on. And he's just like, nuh-uh. Like, I genuinely think that's, like, unique to him. Self-critical rhetorical analysis.
Okay. We're going to finish it here for today. Thank you all for coming. I'm convinced Andrew refuses to believe in anything. I agree. Actually, we're going to continue this tomorrow. Thank you for the subscription, Frank Valdez. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing, Frank Valdez.
The whole thing was like, I think that my estimation of him at the end was completely correct. He's not an Orthodox Christian. He doesn't believe in anything. He has low self-esteem, and he postures as masculine. Like, remember in mid-debate when he started trying to, like, alpha male me? He does the masculine.
I have no idea about the self-esteem, to be honest. That I cannot speak to. And yes, in case anyone is confused, this is the post-talk of Vaush about the debate with Big Papa Fascist Andrew.
Posturing and the, like, anti-empiricism, like, deliberate argument flipping as a way of just, like, shifting around to try to, like, I don't know, grab at some kind of, like, positive feeling or stimuli. But I don't think there was, like, really a debate there. Like, what did we debate? We couldn't debate meta-ethics because he was, he didn't understand the difference between making, like, a prescriptive
Vaush is celebrating 100 with us.
And acknowledging the meta-ethical arbitrarity. The equivalent position from him would be to
it's
admit
over
that he doesn't know if
900
God
now.
exists, and that he thinks that any God that existed would be arbitrarily defined. But he can't say that. Of course, he probably doesn't actually believe in God, so it doesn't really matter. That was supposed to be debating Christian nationalism. He still never listed a policy. Literally, the only thing he wanted to talk about was like, yeah, I'd ban abortion. Yeah, no shit, dude. You're a fascist. Like, of course you ban. I know you ban abortion. But, like, what is that? Like, but, like, he never gave anything. I think he was trying to do, like, the modern version of that, like, Marcus Aureni thing. You know that guy that, H-Bomb made a video on ages ago? The guy who would, like, drink out of the skull cup and have a cigar, and he would, like, pretend to drink whiskey, and he was, like, the masculine philosopher.
I mean, that's the most important thing, right? That's the most important thing in the world. No? Doing the... What's it called? Oh, the chat died.
Philosopher warrior or whatever. I think he's trying to do that shit. Davis Arani. Yeah. I think he was trying to, like, hit those
vibes.
You're literally subhuman the way you have that much patience, bro. Holy fuck. I've never been at a point where literally it's like, tell me whether this policy would work. And I Google an article and then link it to him. And I'm like, hey, so here's the policy. And then I read the part where it says how it would work. And he's like, what are you doing? You're not even saying anything. That's not even what I said that I wanted. You know?
That's true.
Oh, and the fascism thing, where he was like, you called me a fascist. Yeah, I used to be called Big Papa Fascist, but, like, let's argue on fascism. I bet you're more fascist than I am. And then he's like, pick any point. I'm like, okay, modernism, rejection of modernism. And then he tried to argue that Marx was not a modernist, and that, in fact, an anti-liberal divine command theory believer was the real modernist. What the actual fuck is going on? Like, how do you have a conversation in that how do you, in any world? So this, when I say that I wouldn't, like, I don't want to, like, talk to Nick Fuentes with a moderator or whatever, that's an example of why. Because the only reasonable, sensible, intelligent, rational, logical thing to do with somebody like that is just to make fun of them a bunch. Like, the pretense of a debate there was a formal construct that was undeserving.
It was a horrible debate, Boy Meets Meanie, to be fair. Like, it was a person with the person that used to call himself Big Papa Fascist, Andrew. We're gonna have to have another talk, Boy Meets Meanie, because Oh boy, Poland is up to a lot, and as I've said, India is sort of involved in it tangentially, or at least people that buy the visas are.
Know what I
Hello,
mean?
Obsessive
I'm
Forge.
convinced he considers himself
Wow,
as
it's
evil,
been
and
a
you have to
while.
have a hatred for humanity to be that bad faith.
Oh
Well,
my
I think a
goodness.
lot of fascists are like overtly anti-empiricist in the sense that they like genuinely really do not believe in anything other than power. But like it's pretty tough for him. The weird thing is, I feel like he could have played that a lot better too. If he had truly no beliefs, which he doesn't, I feel like he could have navigated that a lot more sensibly. You never said postmodernist, he literally tried to gaslight you. The funniest element of gaslighting was at the end when Alex asked Andrew to list out what specific policy I wanted to describe, and he said would help reverse the trend of lowering birth rates. And then I said, here's a policy that would help reverse the trend. And he was like, no. What I actually said was would completely fix it on its own forever. And he did that within like 2 seconds, you know? Did you find open Nazis more or less bad faith when you debated them back in the day? No. They were more good faith back in the day, I think. The Nazis that I talked to. I don't know if he's a Nazi. I know he's a fascist. I don't know if he's a Nazi.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
Is that a lot
it's
of the
wild.
guys who are
900.
in like the super far right
It's
pipeline
over
or whatever,
900.
they want to be like logic bros. They want to do this whole like, oh wow, liberals think they're smart. Well, I'm gonna out.
Well, I would love to say that this is gonna be just happiness and cheers stream, but you see the title, Poland backstabs Ukraine, which is unfortunately true. We're gonna be talking about it. We're gonna be talking about how horrible the Polish government is, and we're gonna be talking about why you're gonna have to, well, keep your fingers crossed that they get voted out. I, for one, will be voting real hard. Although, so ridiculous that a party like that is even allowed to have power. Not to mention what would happen if the Confederacy would be in power. The literal fascists / Nazis.
Logic them. But the problem is there's no way to logically defend the things they believe, so inevitably most of them turn over to like very open anti-empirical irrationalism. Do you wish Alex did more to mod? No, not really. I wish there was like no mod at all, because there was like no argument, right? There was no like actual argument, so there's there's nothing to moderate really. And then when we talked about Japan, and he was like, Vaush, it seems we really are the same. Vaush, you said that I inflict my ethics on others. I never said this. But you want to do the same by supporting paid overtime in Japan. Like what? It's like he had a list of gotchas that he was ready, but he didn't set that one up.
It's gonna be really... It's gonna be something, the Polish thing. I'm actually super upset about it.